All right. Hey Jay Bricks, how's it going? Oh, my thing is coming through. I was like, wait a minute, where's my talk? Yeah, Fisherman, we're not working too hard over here. Do you like that AI image that I procured on the interwebs? Just randomly, just hanging around. Like, what are you doing? Nothing. Just hanging around. Maybe I'll flip him around so that he's looking the other way. Who knows? Alright, I'm just kidding. But, what are we doing? We're going to game into the... not game. We're going to do some Linux into the degen hours. We're going to hang out. I am going to leave that stuff up on the left. And it's fun fact. I was going to have us do something fun fixing our monitoring, because our monitoring had found a massive problem in my environment. But it looks like it cleared itself. In fact, the screen you're looking at right there, well, it'll come back around. But when it gets back around to the nodes again, I'll be able to show you guys that InfluxDB was having some kind of massive problem earlier. So I had a big gap in my data, and I was trying to figure out what it was, and I was about to start digging into it on stream here, and then I noticed that it had fixed itself. So maybe it was just the querying of the data was failing on the Grafana side. I'm not exactly sure, but there was a pretty significant amount of gap in data there. Other than that, I think Ranger's doing pretty good. Let's see, is Ranger on this one? We got Ranger Cam up on here. Let me go do this over here and check. Do we have... There is no Ranger Cam. Put Ranger over there at the beginning where he belongs. Oh! Fun fact about Ranger Cam. I forgot about this. My brother came over earlier, and he stole... Well, he didn't steal, but he took my... what was it? I had him take the chairs for a party that he's going to have. So Ranger Cam is barely on Ranger right now, because it's not down on the chairs where it normally sits. But it still counts as Ranger Cam. Ranger's still in it. At least where he's at right there. I can go put it down on the floor and point it at him later, but that's what we're doing. Not working super hard, and I'm gonna do some lab work that I've been putting off most of the day. I worked on it heavily this morning, and then I decided that I'd come back to it tonight. So here we are, going into it. So I am going to dig into the next part, which is Werewolf checking out the current nodes. So I tell them how to copy images, I tell them how to delete images, that's all important. Setting a container image on a node, I'll show them how to do that, but then do that. So yeah, that's where we're at. If you guys have any questions, anything about the systems world, I'm going to be sitting here munching on a grandma's peanut butter cookie too. I don't have a grandma, so mine passed away when I was in my teens. My one that I had passed away in my teens, so I am going to sit here and eat somebody else's grandma's cookie. I don't know if you guys have ever had these. They're little cookies that are just in like Walgreens and stuff. Pretty good. Pretty okay anyways. They're not great. They're not my mom's cookies, but you take what you can get. Peanut butter cookies. Alright. Alright. Uh-oh. That Ranger cam. All right. All right. So we're going to check a set of nodes, and then we're going to check one node. One node will be, oh geez. God damn. That's annoying. Alright. Accidentally hit F, shit, I don't even know what I hit there, F11, and it jacked my whole screen up. Alright. Alright, why do they think there's a difference in just one node? That's always an important thing to understand. Add some lines. And then, let's see. Checking current nodes. I think I'm going to have them do... All right. Guys, we're just hanging out right now. We're not working too hard. I am co-working on a different screen. Once I check. Never fear, the Boris is here. Hey, the lessons, are you talking about the stuff that was earlier? The stuff that we did in Discord, the Linux Systems Administration? The first 5 are already there, and then the 6th one will be recorded tomorrow. Jbricks, you can ask me any question you want, sure. I mean, I don't know if I have a good answer for you, but I'll do what I can. Yeah, please. I'm just hanging out, munching on a cookie, doing some documenting and formatting on a different screen. I'll try to ask anything you guys can ask. Yeah. But if you are all caught up on the first 5 units and saw 6 earlier, but just kind of want to get the recording of it, that'll be coming out, yeah, tomorrow. Need to start from the beginning. Oh yeah. So if you're trying to start from the beginning, hop in the Discord and then go to beginner start here. It's its own channel, and there's a thing that links you to. Well, there's a whole bunch of different things in there, but the most recent thing in there is just a playlist of our Linux Systems Administration course, which is our free course that we're running. We're in week 6 starting as of today. Anybody can hang out down there while we're doing it. I think we had almost 40 people today, so that's good. It's kind of annoying. Right as I started streaming, this little bug started flying in my face. Like, too small to be a fly. I don't know what the heck it is. Yeah, the course is all run out of the Prolog Projects channel, though. But that's also right above or right below the beginner start here channel. So yeah, you guys are welcome to hang out. Again, we're not working too hard. I'm just kind of sitting here like that fat little penguin. I'm actually now munching on mambas. So if you guys know what mambas are, they're pretty good. Wife's not here to stop me from munching on everything, so I went to the store and got snacks while I was going to sit here all night and work on this training. Since I've started, I've almost finished one more lab since I started talking to you guys here. So what's that, about 15 minutes? So I'm not really like hard timing myself or anything, but I'd like to get a few done an hour while we're hanging out. So wwctl node list. So this name of some node. So this is what I'm doing on the other window here. I'm saying wwctl node list. And then for, let's say I was doing like Rocky 1 and then -A, and that'll give me all the info. But in this case, I just want the kernel args. So then I'm grep-i kernel. And that should give me just the one value. So that's what I'm putting into the training right now. Like, it's simple stuff. It's a lot of stuff you guys have seen me show before on stream and stuff, and that's kind of what I'm doing in my training. So, Jbricks, got you to learning AWS at CloudFormation right now. What are some tips, best practices to go on? I'm just writing notes right now. Well, JBricks, I'd say learning AWS, the number one thing is get your hands on as much AWS as you can. Hey guys, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the follows. Kazad, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. JBricks just asked a question that he's out here learning AWS with CloudFormation, and he wants the tips, best practices to go on. Yeah, I would tell you just get your hands on as much stuff as you can. Build in every use case the way that you would want your systems to build out. And then also, I'd talk to guys like Fisherman, who's around here. I know he's around here somewhere. Fisherman's a pro at that. That's what he does. He helps companies do deployments. He helps them work through that. He's kind of a, you might almost call him a, I don't want to say proselytizer, but he's somebody who gets people into that space. Well, never fear if he's trying to learn AWS specific things. Maybe that's why he's working on CloudFormation. If your company, if you happen to be in an all AWS shop, there's nothing wrong with doing CloudFormation for everything, right? And Rob, what were you working on? Actually, Rob, I saw you earlier. I was just on a little while ago, kind of lurking, because I've been getting ready to come back live here for a while. So I was kind of hanging out. I had to do a college post for my doctorate studies. Yeah, you guys never, if you don't know, guys, you never get away from having to write. If you're doing more academic stuff, there's always writing involved. Never get out of it. So stuck with OCI and Azure. Yeah, I don't know. Never fear. I think that there's some pretty good stuff. By the way, guys, I got to go fix Ranger Cam. It's pointed at the wall right now. You can see Ranger in the bottom left. But it's because my brother came over and borrowed all the chairs and tables I had at my house for, he's turning 60. So, or 60, what did I say, 60? Jesus Christ. My brother's turning 40. He's my younger brother, God. Anyways, he's, I don't know why I said 60 there. I think I was looking at something on the screen, but he's turning 40, and he's going to have a big party of a lot of people. So he took like, I think I had about 25 chairs here and probably about 5 folding tables that I use for parties. So I gave them all to him. And he took him around the block over to his house. Actually, I drove him over too with my truck. Oh, yeah. I just aged my younger brother, who's like 4 years younger than me. Well, I guess he's 3 and 4 years younger than me, depending on what time of the year it is. Like when he has his birthday, he'll be 3 years younger than me, and then I'll have a birthday and I'll be 4 years older than him for a while. So, but yeah, you guys are welcome to hang out. We're not working too hard right now. That's what our little Linux penguin says. And I'm chewing on Mambas, so I apologize for my smacking in your ears here. It's not ASMR. I'm going to say note. There are the 2 values shown. The first is the current setting, and the other is the old setting. This takes some getting used to. All right. So, let me grab this and this. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but it's okay. It's a co-working session, so you guys are just kind of hanging out. Love AWS and had something along the lines of RGs for Azure. Interesting. Yeah, it sounds like you and JBricks are doing similar things in just different cloud spaces. Yeah, JBricks. I'm fine with CloudFormation. Like CloudFormation's a fine tool for me. I think it's got some good use cases. There are valid reasons not to use Terraform or HashiCorp products, and I try not to be prescriptive to you guys. I try not to say like, hey, you must do this or you must do that. But I will tell you that some businesses and some models of running an organization cannot support what is called the BSL, the Business Source License. And when HashiCorp went to that last August, I would think it was like August 10th of last year, people just said, well, we can't be on that model. We can't do that with you. So companies moved away from it, and then they were bought by IBM, which is another thing that some companies try to avoid. So there are valid reasons that a company, if it's in there, if that's how they do their decision making, would stay away from that type of tool. Even though, like, I like Terraform. I think Terraform's a great tool, but it doesn't solve all the problems that I need. And Ansible solves more problems. I can do almost everything I need to in Ansible. There's very few things that I haven't needed to do Ansible for. So, yeah, I worry about OpenTofu. They've been very close to being sued a couple times already, and now that IBM owns them, let me tell you guys a little thing about a company called Lavasoft. You guys should go look up Lavasoft. Look what happened to Lavasoft. Let's go look at this. Adware, previously known as Lavasoft. No. Sorry. I'm an idiot. This happens. It's OpenLava. I'm dumb sometimes. OpenLava was a workload scheduler that when Platform LSF got bought by IBM, they split off and made OpenLava, and they got the shit suit out of them. I was using this tool when this happened. They got just murdered. So, where I'm going with that, when I watched the things that were coming out of the arguments that were going against people doing OpenTofu, and you guys saw some of the cease and desist letters that were sent to them, or if you didn't, go look them up. I'm just going to tell you right now, that was before IBM had taken them over. Now that IBM has taken them over, they will just take it right to court. And they will win, just like they did with these guys. And that tool that everybody went all in and all hua about with OpenLava is going to... Or, sorry, not OpenLava anymore. OpenTofu is going to be no more. So, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, and Boris, Ansible is also owned by IBM, if you guys didn't know. IBM bought Red Hat in 2019. So that's fun. Yeah, IBM's never found somebody that they couldn't maneuver in the what's it called, space. I'm not thinking OpenTofu is going to do so. OpenTofu has gotten at least 2 cease and desist letters that I know of from HashiCorp, and they were before IBM owned them. Once IBM owns them, that tool, that thing I just showed you guys, that OpenLava, that happened to a company that tried to fork Platform LSF into OpenLava. So OpenTofu will probably have something similar happen to them. If those cease and desists keep happening. Well, you gotta remember, yeah, cease and desist is like the polite, we're about to sue the shit out of you. I don't think IBM sends those. I think they just sue people. But what do I know? Let's see, I'm gonna say checking. Oops. We're gonna check the types of unique tags that are on systems. And this command is going to be wwctl node list -a grep -i for node type hog print $2 comma $4 sort unique. Control Z. C, and then Pascon. IBM has enough capital to leave cease and desist for the plea. Yeah. Ma Bell used to do that to people. Ma Bell was the, AT&T way back in the day, and I think they were just called, and they would just get they just tie you up in court forever. They'll tie you up in court. All right. So now I need to say I'm going to say if somebody wants to count those up, they're going to use this other tool that I've got. So, it's kind of interesting. I wonder if, hold on, I'm trying to look up and down. Maybe my multi-stream doesn't know what's going on, but it doesn't seem to want to tell me whether people are from the Twitch side or the YouTube side. So, yeah, hopefully this isn't too confusing for you guys, because I'm trying to talk on both sides, but it's not showing me which side is which. So, let me check. I got to do this command real quick. wwctl sort list unique. C. And then if you want to count those up, add a-c. So it's the same command with a unique -c at the end. Yeah, thanks for the follow. I think that's Jose Lito Bonsai. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're not working too hard. We're just kind of hanging out right now. Are those around numbers you'd expect? How? I wonder if we can select. Let's go look in our page over here and say, whoops, turn that off there, and say select node by tag in werewolf. So let's go see what this error is here. I don't care about setting the tags, but that's a good thing. I want to see if I can search. Oh, somebody put together a little werewolf guide, huh? But it's probably got the old command. Yeah, it's the old WWSH command, so that's not going to help me any. Hey, Never Fear, Boris is here. Thanks for the subscription. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We just, you don't get ads anymore, so that's kind of cool. I want WWCTL. WWCTL is the current way to do this. Let's go see if I can just find it in here. So WWCTL. Trolling werewolf. I don't think any of this is going to help me. So I'm just going to come over here and I'm going to go with grep node type. So that'll give me all the tags. But then list. It's going to give me everything. Profile list. Oh, I might need to add a new section to my lab. We'll see here. So I'm doing kind of profiles. Oh, I see. Excuse me. Compute node. Alright. I'm gonna have to add one in on this now. So now I got profiles to add to this. Yeah, never fear, the Boris is here. I think you will spend your whole career as an engineer or as a tech or an administrator, an architect, whatever it is, learning new technologies. There'll never be a time when we ever kind of get away from that. So yeah, it's the way it is. Yeah, we're always learning. I tell people when I started this career, I realized I'd have to be in a classroom for the rest of my time doing this, so I decided to just be in front of it as a professor getting paid for it, rather than hopefully having my company pay for it, you know? Obviously I didn't want to keep paying for it. I wanted to have somebody else paying for it if I could, which is actually one of the reasons I think that education is one of those main ways to keep compensating engineers once you get past just salaries, you know? Salaries are good. I mean, people love salaries, obviously, but companies or engineers also are heavily motivated by other stuff as well. Also, it looks like my thing's busted, so I gotta go fix that real quick. Hold on. Wonder if that's what happened a minute ago. All right, is that better? Can you guys hear me again? There you go. Well, hear and see me, let's say. All right, let me go put my other stuff back up in the way over here. I just want more stuff moving on the screen so people feel like they're doing something while they're hanging out. All right, so that's some excuse me, some stuff that people might look at, things that are going on with the nodes, current nodes. I'm gonna make another lab for werewolf now. This is gonna be werewolf. Werewolf checking profiles, and then that'll make that 2.7. That'll make that one 2.8. Make that one 2.9. And then we get up into the 3s. So we got many labs that I've made now, and let's see how many pages I'm up to. I think I'm up to 20 something pages. I gotta go update my table of contents to see. Yeah, I'm all the way up to 22. I'd like this lab guide to be, you know, 30 plus pages if I can. Dubious Cyclist, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful. We're just kind of, again, not working too hard. I told the guys I would hang out into the degen hours, so I've got at least 4 more hours of doing this while I work on stuff. So, you know, if you guys have anything you want to see in the system, I will try to show you. Also, man, I might have to go get a Tums or something, man. Like I'm coughing, but it's because of acid reflux, so that's not good. Excuse me. Pepsi Complete tabs, nice. Oh yeah, the little Tums I use are also chewable. And I typically, like, if I do take them, I take them right before bed, but I haven't been doing that. Also, it's weird, man. Like every time it gets cold, like it's cold in Phoenix right now for us. Like it's 61 out right now, and you might say, well, how is that cold? Well, it didn't get under 90 at night until, oh, I don't know, 2 weeks, like a week and a half ago. It was over 90 at night still. Like we just got out of like summer, like with the storm that just rolled through. So yeah, I keep my head lifted. I do kind of try to do that. Yeah, I'm in the Phoenix area. Yep, ghetto. I'm up in the Glendale. I'm not far from the arena. I'm kind of up on this side of town. I tell people I have a lot of access from like the 101 to like all kinds of different areas around here. So yeah, yep. Oh, nice. Yeah, I went to school by there. Well, I grew up at 75th and Glendale anyways, so. Which used to be the end of the city, and then Glendale runs right out. For you guys that aren't around here, you've probably heard of Luke Air Force Base, and that's right at the end of Glendale. And I used to live right at Ghetto White. That's actually funny, yeah. Was that, I guess that was probably Glendale School District then, if you were at 43rd and Glendale, or 43rd and Bethany, which is right down there. Fast One Con said, my problem is learning is I turn a 3-hour learning task into a 60-hour learning adventure. Great example was researching Grafana Loki Prometheus to monitor the entire home and lab. Literally spent another 6 hours diving in IOPS optimization for my TrueNAS server. Yeah, well, Fast One Con, that's the kind of thing that, especially if you enjoy doing that and if you have good attention to detail, that's what companies want. Companies want somebody that can dig into things when they need to. Now, you also have to kind of be able to temper that back and go, well, but when there's time, because there's also the fires to fight, and there's also the stuff to stop from getting worse. But then in the in between times, people that go and spend that extra time like that they're valuable to an organization. So Prometheus, Promtail, and Dank, interesting. Yeah. Grafana Alloy might be fun. I kind of want to play with Grafana's K6s. Has anybody here played with Grafana's K6? That's it's like a web stress framework. That's a fun one. You guys should look that up. Yep. Never fear. I have my slides up there, and my slides are up in the Discord, and they're on getting the prom certification. I have a PCA to take here one of these days. I had meant to take it by the end of August. I just haven't had time to study. I think I'm ready to take it. I just need to really sit down for like a week or two and spend time with it, and then I'll go take it. Oh. Yep. That's exactly what K6 is supposed to be. Yep. Interesting. I forgot. I'm supposed to call you GWB. I forgot. So that my text isn't down there calling you get a white booty all the time. Does it say get out of ghetto? Ghetto. Oh, okay. Well, that's saying it. I thought it wasn't saying it. I was like, wait a minute. Is this thing doing another one of those stopping me from saying whatever the heck I want? Yeah, Killer, there's a lot of networking guys there. I don't know, I hadn't seen you ask anything, but I can work my way around a VLAN or two. But definitely if there's anybody down there, make sure you guys check it out. Yeah, and by the way, if anybody's linked the Discord, you guys are welcome to hang down there. Sam Youssef, I am I'm putting together training in a different window. You guys aren't seeing that because that's proprietary for a company I'm working for. But what you guys are seeing, what you can see on the screen, is just a bunch of stuff that I got going on. We had our Unit 6 of our Linux Systems Administration course earlier. So people were hanging out for that. We had about 40 people in there at one point. and I got to record that tomorrow morning. But I'm working on this work stuff here now. So, all right. All right. So now I got to go in here and check profiles. So profiles are next. All right, Discord join. Nice. Yeah, never fear. We've been around for 5 years down in the Discord. We've been around 10 years as a group of people meeting to get better at Linux, and me helping people that aren't professionals get into doing it professionally. But about March, right at the end of March, I want to say it was like the 27th of March, we had 1,000 people, and we were super happy. We had been almost 5 years, and we had 1,000 people finally, and then we got a lot of traction. I had a couple videos that like did pretty well on YouTube, and we blew up to a couple thousand. So then we had 2,000, and then we just hit 3,000 the other day. So it's like, I kind of like that we're growing slow. I want to grow the group up and have people know each other and have people know that they can study with people and work on stuff. But I also like when there's a good amount of people in there, because then other people will feel more comfortable coming in, I think. So I don't want people to feel like it's only for the 10 of us or whatever that normally talk. The more people that are in there kind of contributing and talking and hanging out in the channels, the more it kind of feels, I think, hopefully useful to people. So, all right, anyways, that's me thinking out loud. Let me get back to doing two things: munching on these Mambas that I have, and also, Mambas are like a soft taffy candy, if you guys don't know. All right. All right, I'm going to say list. All right. I'll select that and select over this. How many IB devices? SSH2, CX01, and where are those guys there? Okay. So, Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, sorry guys, I know I'm over here just noshing, munching away. Can you run a Windows Active Directory server on a Linux host? No, you cannot. Windows Active Directory only runs on Microsoft servers. But you can run LDAP. You can run things that do the same basic functionality as, I guess, Active Directory. Like Keycloak does some serious similar functionality. IDM, which is a Red Hat tool that used to cost money but is now free. That can do it, yeah. And then you can run those kind of things. So that's an interesting thing to think about. Okay, I am up to, how many pages now am I up to? I think I'm just hitting 23 now. So I'm gonna redo all my pages over here. Yep, up to 23 pages, and I have 10, 9, and 9, so I have 28 total labs. So 28 labs. And then how many do I need to count? How many I have? I don't really have to count them right now, but I'm going to. So let's count them. There's 1 complete, 2 complete, 3 complete, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is complete-ish, 10, and then we'll go 11 is, 11's not yet complete. I need to go back to it. Oh shoot, I didn't realize there was an 11. Alright, I need to go recount. 12 is done, 13 is done, 14 is done, 15 is now done, 16 is done, 17 is done. Alright, so I have 17 done right now. Well, 17 of these mostly done. I just say 17, so 17, and then that leaves me with 11 left in progress. So using LDAP, install Apache Directory Studio. We're playing with it for next year. I haven't played with that at all, Dubious Cyclist. What is that? I might have to look into that. Apache Directory Studio. Let's look at that real quick. I imagine go look at that. Oh, what is this little guy? That looks interesting. And then they're using LDAP and whatever this Apache DS. I don't even know what Apache DS is. I don't think I've ever done that. And LDAP and Kerberos server written in a Java, huh? Well, that looks interesting. That's interesting in all ways. And if it works with LDAP, you could do a lot of stuff with it. What's the production readiness? How far along is this? It's not considered production ready, so that's important to know. Avoid updates. That's scary if CVEs are coming out. They don't have the bullet points right. So that's no good. That doesn't bode well if you can't even get your bullet points right. Oh man, alright, well, let's turn this back on. We'll go check that out later. Thanks for the follow. Shane Noy, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are not working too hard, we're just kind of hanging out. Oh geez. What am I hearing over here? Well, I'll tell you, in our Discord, short of doing something illegal, I've never kicked anybody out, period. But let me take that back. I've had to remove like 3 people over the years for like they were obviously compromised and they were just hitting all the channels with like porn links. So after we checked the porn links and saw that they were very valid, no, I'm just kidding. We deleted them all, right? So those are the only times I've ever had to kick people out. And in fact, one of those times, it was actually my son I had to kick out. And other than that, I don't kick people out of my server. One person has left voluntarily that I know of from a mod talking to them. I did not ask the mod to talk to him. But other than that, like I tell you guys, like you can do pretty much whatever you want in the Discord as long as it's not illegal. So I don't care much about stuff. I mean, obviously if you spam people, they're not going to like you. But, I mean, that's about as far as that goes. You'll probably get a timeout from a mod or something, but I've personally never kicked anybody. I don't think any of my mods have either. I know one person left because a mod corrected them on how they were talking to people, but that was about it. All right. Restarted. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Again, as my little avatar there says, we're not working too hard right now. And we're just kind of blowing through these labs that I've got. So I've been building labs and getting stuff working on a different screen that you guys can't see, but that's kind of what I'm working on right now. All right, checking out the current containers, checking out that, checking out the nodes, checking out the profiles. All right, determining the primary node. So excuse me. We start numbering at 1 and then keep going. Where's my teeth? I got a combination of apps and files I use, but I would like to consolidate my information. Interesting. Yeah, Sam Youssef, it's pretty laissez-faire. Yeah, I let the people do what they want as long as, you know, I think the one thing that would probably bug me is if people were like just shitting on new people. And it's like, look, the goal is, you know, obviously there's questions that you can go and Google, and you should, right? You should try as an engineer and a perspective, you know, you want to be an engineer, prospective, right? Not perspective, prospective, engineer. I think you should ask questions and do things like that before you know, just waste people's time, obviously. But that being said, I don't like when people are just like, oh, you don't know, you don't know the difference between IO8 and IO notify in a file system when a file handle's open. And it's like, shut the fuck up, man. You didn't know that until you knew it either. You figured it out one day, just like all the rest of us did. But, you know, some guys like to shit on people, and that's probably the one thing that would bug me. But we really haven't had a lot of that because the goal of our group is, like, legitimately to get people doing this stuff. And I tell people all the time, man, you come knock me off my top spot, you know, you come take my job, I'll just go do something else. I'm okay. I've been an engineer long enough. I don't care if I keep on top. Is Ranger still on camera? Ranger is still on camera. I need to go fix that camera though. So we'll move it down here in a little bit. But I told the guys I would go all the way to the degen hours, so I got quite a few more hours of doing this. I'm co-working in another window, so I am actually doing real work. and I'm just getting stuff going. Check the head node, or check the primary, secondary status. Probably need to explain what these tools are. That's okay. Which node is the head? Which node is primary? It's always important. Yeah. I mean, look, I get accused, and not in a bad way, but I've had people come in and they'll watch my college classes, like when I talk to my students and stuff, and they'll tell me, Scott, do you know you don't stop and ask questions like for understanding? And I'm like, yeah, I do realize that I just kind of brain dump on people. So that is my one thing, you know, somebody who's been a college professor for 16 years. I know that I tend to just kind of move fast when I'm going, and I don't always sit around but I do tell people, like, interrupt me, like, let me know if you have questions and stuff. The pain, I use Linux, and then by that I mean Cinnamon, so basically I had to learn nothing. Look, the pain, as long as you have a place that you can get to a terminal, I don't care how you get there. I'm always telling you guys about, man, one of my favorite tools on all the web is Killer Coda right here. This is one of the best free sites on the internet right here. I've used them for almost 3 years. They've never charged me a penny. And there's people that have written labs that want to teach you all these things. Oh, you want to learn how Helm works? Here's how Helm works, right? Here's hopefully at least one lab. Let's see how many labs they have. I hope it's a few. Oh yeah, look at all those. All these things that'll teach you how to use Helm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost, what is that, 11? There's 11 labs, it looks like. 6 plus 5, yeah. So there's all kinds. SAD servers is pretty good. Yeah, people really like that SAD server stuff for sure. The pain, that's fine. Yeah, you type sudo apt get update and apt get upgrade once a week. That's pretty good. You can also just put that in a cron job if you want, and then cron will do it for you as well. So Ollie Cron, I did not see that, but that is hilarious. A woman called the local news because they couldn't install the internet from her Verizon DVD. That's pretty funny. But fun fact about that, my wife has a bunch of DVDs from when she was younger, so we have a pretty sizable DVD collection, and we still have a DVD player. We bought a DVD player from Walmart, I would say probably 2.5 years ago, because I mean, it was like one of the last DVD players ever made. No, but it's a smart DVD player, right? And it's got its apps on it and stuff, and it can connect to our Wi-Fi. And that piece of shit is like the worst Netflix I've ever seen. Like, you go on Netflix and it's like, God, it's probably like 30 versions back on whatever they're on. Because, like, it can't connect, and then it'll artifact sometimes when you're watching stuff, and you're like, really? Why don't you just say we don't have that capability then? It works fine as a DVD player, though, so we'll watch DVDs on it every now and then downstairs. But it is kind of funny. Also, my wife bought a DVD player around Christmas because she wanted one of those. Have you guys ever seen those little DVD players that look like laptops? They're like about the size of a laptop, but they're really just a little DVD device with a kind of 15 to like 17-inch monitor on them. And she'll use that to just watch, like when she's up working in her scrapbook room, she'll watch Friends or whatever she likes, you know. Yeah, it's like a little flip screen. Yeah, yep. But it's got a DVD player on it, you know. So it's kind of funny that she can do all that crap. All right. So I'm going over here. I'm working in another window again that you guys can't see. I'm also going to take a walk here in a minute. I like to take a walk every hour or so, and I'm hitting just over an hour. So go take a walk here, stretch my legs, go fix Ranger Cam. I'll put Ranger Cam downstairs or down on the floor because it's up kind of at a weird angle. You guys keep seeing Ranger like this, and you barely see him over there because it's up. So I'll move it down so that you guys can see it a little better. So, yeah, but this is kind of what we're doing here. Is a channel noob. What is Ranger Cam? Ranger Cam is my dog Ranger. But normally, hold on. So yeah, that's actually, there's probably a little bit of lore there that's missed. So normally Ranger Cam sits just to the left over here on a couple of chairs that I have. And my brother Tommy came over. He's having his 40th birthday next weekend, right? So he's having a big birthday party over there. And my brother came over and he took, I have a bunch of folding chairs and folding tables for parties and stuff. And he took like all the chairs I had in my house. I had like 20 something chairs down there. And then I had like five or six folding tables that are like 6-foot folding tables. So we loaded them all up in my truck in his car and took them over to his house. But now Ranger Cam is not pointed at Ranger. Normally it's pointed at his 2 beds. And then my old dog Ranger, who's almost 13, is just sitting there. So I'll leave this, look, I'll leave this here. And then I'll go down, I'll go fix Ranger Cam real quick to be on the ground floor. It won't be like it normally is still, but I'll get it pointed so it should be at Ranger at least. And then I'll go give him a treat maybe. Maybe I can give Ranger a treat or something. That'd be kind of nice. He'd probably like that. But yeah, check which node is primary. I need to know that. And then I'm going to say, what services are controlled by are shown in this output. All right, insert horizontal line. So I'll walk down there. Just make a bot that uses will get a treat for Ranger option for certain points. I've thought about that. Never fear, Boris is here. I could very easily just feed Ranger from up here with all the Raspberry Pis I've got laying around everywhere. I actually used to have a Raspberry Pi downstairs that would take pictures of him and stuff when he moved around. But let me take a walk real quick. I'm gonna head down. I'll go check on Ranger real quick. So I'll put it up in this other channel here. Hold on. I'll say right here. There we go. Boom. Take a break and walk around, guys. I'll be back. See Rangers Mobile. Yeah, thanks everybody that came by. Never fear, Boris, you're probably already gone, but thanks for coming by. Yeah, so now we're pointing the Ranger camera a little more into the room. So you guys can see where my kitchen is over there. And I got lights on down there, so you can't really see that too well, but that's the end of the kitchen that the wife wants to redecorate everything. All right. So we'll let that keep spinning. All those things that are kind of interesting. Go back here. Watch how Werewolf's doing. That's the werewolf cluster you're watching in that window. Just seeing what's going on, making sure that it's checking on things and making sure everything's running well, like it should. Determining primary node. That's all we need to see there. All right. So do all the Linux. Let's always do all the Linux around here. That's always the goal. All right, so I'm jamming and I'm working on stuff, so you guys let me know if you need anything. I am otherwise mostly checking on what's going on in my environment, making sure everything looks like what I expect. Updating operations. I don't know what that is. Doc Mallet. Nice. Yeah. A few about Ansible. Some of you guys, if you remember right at the beginning of COVID, there's a guy who, he's kind of like the most well-known Ansible guy, Jeff Geerling. He made both of his books completely free at the beginning of COVID. He's like, well, if everybody's going to stay home, I'll just make sure that everybody can study if they want. And then he made them free, so that was kind of cool of him. I'm pretty sure they're not free anymore. You have to go buy them on LeanPub. But, yeah, that's Jeff Geerling. He has two. One's Ansible for Operations, and I think the other one is Ansible with Kubernetes or something. I think those are what his two books are. But they're both pretty good, pretty well respected. Do I have anybody here that was doing the Linux group with us earlier, the Linux System Administration? Anybody studying for any of that kind of stuff? Yeah, Jeff Geerling does a lot of cool little projects. Me and my brother met him at Ansible Fest in 2019 in Austin. And he came out and talked, or no, it was 2018 maybe. Me and my brother went to two Ansible Fests, but I forget which one he was at. I want to say it was the first one. And what he did was he came out and he did a... what was the name of the guy from the first Jurassic Park movie? The guy who actually started the park. Why can't I remember his name? John Hammond, right? He did a John Hammond with himself for like 10 minutes, and it was really funny. He's like, I don't know if this is going to work. He's like, it's going to be fine from the script. It was funny. So he like recorded a whole 10-minute thing, and then he sat there and talked to himself. It was pretty funny. Yeah, Fast One Con, yeah, because he was worried about a lot of the other stuff, and he was particularly mad. I remember watching his YouTube video on. He was particularly mad when they called the open source community a bunch of freeloaders, and it's like, no, that's why you guys exist as the open source community. What the fuck? Sorry guys, I'm over here munching on Mamba. So Raleigh GG said, I'm having a hard time sticking with one topic goal for studying Python, F5, Linux, OSCP, etc. Okay, Raleigh, do you know how ships navigate? Do you know how ships navigate? I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just asking, like, so the way a ship navigates is by a fixed, set, far off point, right? Same thing we do land nav in the infantry. We pick a far, fixed, set point, and we adjust off of that, right? So where I'm going with that is, if all these like little things, we call it chasing the rabbit. If you're like, ooh, that's cool, ooh, that, yeah. So a far off set point. Sorry, I'm sitting here munching on Mambas. So where I'm going is, figure out where you want to get to, and then work back from that. Because Python, F5, Linux, OSCP, that's, you know, do I want to be a Linux engineer or a Linux administrator? Do I want to be a pen tester? Do I want to be a software engineer? Do I want to do Python just to be a data analytics guy? And it's possible that you say, Scott, I want to do all of those things. And I say, okay, well, time is the fire in which we burn, and we only have so much of it. So pick the one that you would want to do first. Order them in some way. Do some type of objective screening of them. Yeah. And then Doc mentioned all roads lead to Rome. I was going to mention the Cheshire Cat, who said, if you don't know where you want to go, then any road will take you there. And you know, where's that quote? Hold on. Where's that quote? It's this is what I tell people when they're like some people are like, I'm the smartest guy in the room, and I'm like, all right, cool. Quote about unfulfilled genius. I think it's that. It's there's a term. Yeah, nothing in the world. This is this quote from Calvin Coolidge. That's what it is. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find just a little image of it, because you know, people turn this into all kinds of other things. But let me open it in a new tab so you guys can see. And it says, nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. I 100% agree with that statement. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. I know so many members of Mensa that have done literally nothing with their life. The most successful person I've ever personally met that's in Mensa, you know, that group that sits around and sniffs their own farts and thinks they're smarter than everybody. The most successful Mensa member I've ever known did not do anything smart. He just went out and did lawns. He ran his own lawn care company, and he made really good money at that. Don't get me wrong, he was wealthy, but he didn't do anything with his genius. Could have cured cancer probably, but he just wouldn't because it hurt too much to be smart, you know. Education will not. This world is full of educated derelicts. That's 100% true as well. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. So I really like that quote, but that kind of goes along with what we were saying. What'd you say? What's generating captions? Last files? That is a PowerPoint presentation in the background. PowerPoint will run that. Raleigh G, do you not love being a firewall engineer, or are you just looking to change up your career? Look at Ranger dog down there, guys. This is the lowest angle you've ever looked at Ranger from. Normally he's normally we're looking at him from a chair, so it kind of looks down on him. But that's a floor level view of what's going on with Ranger. Yeah, PowerPoint, like Microsoft PowerPoint. In presentation mode. It just does my closed captioning for me. Looks real nice. Yep, PowerPoint. Isn't that great? Mm-hmm. I'm not great. I said, isn't that great? Man, see, and then if I'm not paying attention, closed captioning tries to make me look like an idiot. I'm just kidding. It is kind of funny, though. Like, I try to get to swear. It will not swear. It's very much not. Oh, is this thing not moving? I hate when this thing stops. I gotta keep this thing ahead of everything so it keeps going on our little game there. We're up to level 35, so that's good. Yeah, Raleigh, that's possible. Sorry guys, pretty much every time I stop talking, I'm just sitting here munching on Mambas. So. Doc, I would definitely do that. If a service is already defined, I would use the service. And then in our training this week, I showed you guys how to make new services. So then, if you know how a service works, you could just make the service and then call the service by name. Ops Dev, I'm doing good. Feel good. I'm actually co-working while I'm talking to you guys, so I'm working in a different window. Don't feel like you guys have to hang out, but you're welcome to hang out. Yeah, and I'm just kind of working in a different window that you guys don't see. Just kind of knocking out labs. Getting ready for my training, which as of tomorrow will only be 8 days away, so I want to get as close to ready as I can. I've been working a lot today. I probably worked, if I had to guess, over 10 hours on this today. So, fair amount of time I've been spending. Oh no, you should be able to hear me, Ops. Also, you should see it down at the bottom there. So yeah, I should be. I'm just not talking much because I'm alternating between munching on Mamba and working on other stuff. Oh, I'm just playing. Actually, I'm playing a game called Progress Quest, which is from 2002. It's just a little browser-based game that it just increments. That's all it does. It doesn't do anything else. If you're asking about the game. Other than that, I'm just building stuff for work. I'm almost done with day 2 labs right now. So I'll have all of day 1 and day 2 done. And then I'll start working on day 3. Oh, yeah, this game is from when I was in my early 20s, yeah. So it is definitely nostalgic. But I'm also trying to get my guy up to level 100. We're at 300, or we're at 35 right now for our level. So your guy doesn't die, he just keeps going. So we're just kind of watching him collect loot. He goes, once he's fully encumbered, which is at the bottom, he goes and it goes back to the town. And then he knocks out quests and gets more experience. And I think we're about to hit the quest right here, which is to deliver a pole. And when that's done, it should give us more experience. And it gave us a spell book, which gave us 13 hastiness. So... Ops to Dev. When you say the lab is Rocky Linux, are you talking my home lab? Yes. My home lab is CentOS 7, Ubuntu 20 and 22, and then Rocky 9, and there's some Alma in there. There's some Kali in there. Yeah, there's kind of a lot of stuff going on in there in the home lab. The home lab, what you guys are seeing right now, is it being, I'm just doing a tail-F on varlog werewolf D, really, .log, and it's just showing the overlays pulling from the WW clients on all the different nodes. They're pulling their overlays and making sure that they are Yeah, they're pulling their overlays in there, and they're just testing their whatever's. So, anyways, sorry, I'm looking here. Um, kind of thinking through things before I keep going. I took a little bit of a break, and then I'm trying to get the motivation to keep going again. I'll get back to it. I'll get the motivation back. Let's go to this node. And go back to root. And then go back to the node I was on. And then so we look for MariaDB. Verify it's running, which is systemctl MariaDB status MariaDB, and then we'll do that, and then we'll verify the port is listening, and that is SS session TULP grep-I. I'll just grep for 3306, and that's that. And then what are we going to do from there? We're going to go into the server, MySQL, and then we can do connect to the local database. That just takes my MySQL command and then automatically goes against the default. Ops to dev is firewall D for beginners. Yeah, so that firewall D for beginners is actually as part of what I recommended people go read today, because the Unit 6 is all about firewall D and a little bit about uncomplicated firewall. And I was just explaining to people how it worked and how different types of firewalls worked. And then most of the lab stuff for this week and discussion center around fixing firewall problems in an environment, things that actually are going to happen to an operations personnel, you know, things you're actually going to run into dealing with that kind of stuff. So, and I'm going to record it tomorrow. I'll record it live. Yeah, it's just the host firewall. It's super simple stuff. Where's my teeth? You were talking about Raspberry Pi power over Ethernet security cam. I didn't realize you were going to run Raspberry Pi power over Ethernet and then the security cams. I know you were going to. I thought you were just running it right to security cams, but that's still interesting. How much extra work do you think it would be to subnet all the cameras to only have one port forwarding to allow updates, but then manually push updates to each camera? It's a layer of security for my security. Look, if everything's if there's no Wi-Fi running, right, and you just want to hit all your devices, that's super easy with Ansible. Just have an inventory, have all your devices in that inventory, and as long as you can hit them via SSH and they have Python on them, which they will by default, you can hit them. So there you go. Yep. Well, ops to dev, that's what this week's about. So get in there. The water's warm. Like, I tell people, even if you're not going to do the full course, you can still go hang out. Yeah. Ansible's my tool for updating. Why I can update tens of thousands of systems with Ansible, and a home lab with everything wired would be like trivial. In fact, if you struggle with it and you want help with the setting up the inventories and stuff, I'll show you what it is. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I joke around a lot about the cult of Ansible, but it's, you know, it's a real thing. There's a cult there. All right. So check the Slurm account DB. Say check a security setting, and that is show all right. Alright, so that's good. Best to create user Ansible on all home lab systems with permission. Saw it in one good video tutorial. It doesn't really matter. Doc, the only reason you would do that is if you were adhering to like a security standard that is actually a good practice. It's what I do in my external servers, and that is that root can never log in. So yes, if Ansible, because think about it like this. The root user never locks in a modern Linux operating system. So if I know that root exists, because I know that root is an account on everybody's servers, and I can get to SSH, I should try root all the time. I should try root as many times as I can, because root doesn't lock. So what a lot of people do, especially on externally facing servers from the government, root is not an option to log in. You have root shut off at SSH in the SSHD, right? So then what happens is you can go and you can look at that and go, well, all right, so how do my users, so my users can be keyed, or my users can jump over and then they can sudo up. Well, when I used to I worked on a federal project with like 800 servers, and that was a real hassle. I was going to have to go and SSH to each server and put in my password. That would take me all night to do like the simplest thing, right? If I had to patch or update servers or whatever, that would take me a week, right? If I had to do that. But enter in Ansible, I can put the password in once to Ansible, doesn't echo to the screen, and then it goes and it does all my work for me against all the servers. So that's actually what got me started using Ansible. So yeah, setting a user or just using your own user that's not root, and then having it sudo up is the preferred method for all access. We call that rule of least privilege. It's really important in government systems. It's hugely important because anything can be audited in a government system. So that's kind of good to know that. All right, I'm going to start formatting things. All right, be sure to exit the service. That's always important. And then I'm going to say okay. Insert that. How do you handle dynamic inventories when infra is managed via Terraform? Get a white booty. So the way I would do that, there's a couple ways. Let's say, so if you're installing, let's say you're installing a bunch of servers with Terraform. You're making 10 Red Hat servers up in the cloud, and you have then a license for those servers to update, right? Because you probably will have that. What I would do then, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm not the smartest dude out there, so I don't try to hit moving targets, right? I was an infantry guy though, so I know how to shoot at something that's not moving, like not being like something that's moving around. But my point in saying that is this: I'm not going to try to use Terraform for that. I'm going to go to, so by the way, any of you guys ever played online shooting games? Obviously you have. There's two methods that are taught in the infantry for how to hit a moving target. There's the trap and the track method. The track method is something is moving and you follow along with it until you catch it and then you fire. And the trap method, which most people use, is to get in front of it and wait until it passes into your reticle and fire, right? Anyways, where I'm going with that, ghetto, is this, or GWB, is the way I handle dynamic inventories is like this. I don't try to chase those things down. I go wait for them where they're going to go. So when all those servers come up, I will be registering them in the satellite, right? And once I have them registered in the satellite, I just go pull my inventories out of satellite. That's what I've always done. It's super convenient for me. And then you might say, well, what if Terraform doesn't do that? I say, well, if Terraform's not building my servers and then putting them or having an agent set up to put them, to download and run the Catello agent and install it and get them in the satellite, then I would tell you we've probably got some other problems going. Yeah. I always, I always pull from the known good inventory in satellite. If you're in Red Hat, satellite's always a known good inventory, because you're not updating anything else. If it's not in satellite, you're not updating the thing. So, all right. So, accessing the database. There's probably not many reasons to access the DB unless you're working on updating Slurm, but that's how you get in there. All right, now I'm gonna have to check if Slurm is operating and communicating with nodes. That's my next one. That's a pretty well-known thing though, how we communicate. So Slurm runs a control daemon. Let me show this to you guys if you've never seen it. Oops. Back over here. So this is how Slurm works if you've never seen it. It's a nice little rundown of what the Slurm controller daemon's doing and kind of what that looks like. Let me get that out of the way. And so in this lab, verifying node operation and verifying operation and communication with nodes, I'm going to make sure that Slurm is up, the Slurm control daemon is up, and the Slurm database daemon is up. And then I'm going to make sure that it's interfacing with nodes correctly, and yeah, that'll be good. So this is what we do here, guys. This is we're hanging out, not working too hard. Is that thing not running again? Oh, it is still running. Okay. I don't like when this thing stops running in the background over here. All right. Thanks, Alexi G, over on the YouTube side for the subscription. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just kind of hanging out today. Once I get this next one done, I'll be done with day 2. I do have a few things to kind of verify with some of the guys on Monday, but the first 2 days of the training will be completely done. So that'll be good. Hey, Totahu, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. You get to see Ranger looking around like he doesn't care about anything. But all right. So how do I know that Slurm is working? So system CTL, status, Slurm D, Slurm CTLD, it's the Slurm control daemon, the Slurm DBD, that is the database, and then yeah, MariaDB needs to be up. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Then I should be able to see sinfo, SQs. All right. So, verify operation and communication with the nodes. So, verify the services are running. That is system status Slurm CTLD, system status. Okay, make sure that those are all running. So, I'm doing history on this box, checking everything that I've done so far, and then we verify they're listening. Okay. And It's interesting behavior. If you're in a Google Doc and you copy something from a line and then you paste it over a whole nother line, it'll take any of the things in that line as part of the format. So I took something from step 8 and then I went further down the page and I did a paste to 3 lines, and then it thought those lines should be 9, 10, and 11, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Where's my teeth? So what editor do I use? So in Linux I use VI. I've always used VI, or Vim, you know, but mostly VI. I don't really care like what other things are on it. If it's outside of there, I use I typically will use Markdown in some kind of I got so many notepads, it's not even funny. But I use OneNote. OneNote's probably my favorite notepad. After OneNote, my next favorite's probably this LogSec. That one's been kind of fun for me. For academic college stuff, I've been doing Zotero, which is a pretty good little note system. For yeah, those are probably my main ones. For things with images, I've been using OneNote a lot. I've always liked OneNote for that. But like when I'm doing terminal stuff and I'm pulling out engineering notes, I'm always almost always using OneNote. OneNote, Notepad++. Jesus, nope. I mean, you guys see Notepad++ the most on here of all my things that I do. So, in fact, I even have. I think one of my screens even has it. Hold on. Let me go look at. Maybe I don't have it on any of them, but thought I had one that had it on there, but it doesn't look like I do. So, but yeah, inside of Linux, I use VI. So, how's it going? Sick in the mind? Yeah, I like VS Code as well. Almost all my Git stuff off of like a Windows server or a Windows system, I use VS Code for. So VS Code is a surprisingly powerful little tool. I also can do my drawings in there, so I'm actually pretty good fan of that. I think that works pretty well as well. So yeah. All right, let me keep grabbing. Let's see, what ports do you see open? What ports do you see open for Slurm? And then I'm going to add a couple of horizontal lines for labs. And then go. I haven't used notation, but a lot of people have been telling me about Obsidian, so I might color tabbing script language and MD support is easy when, yeah. I do like that Notepad++ can lint my basic linting of my YAML for me, so that's kind of nice. Doesn't do a full thing, but it can at least tell you if something looks funky. It can do it with JSON too, so that's kind of cool. A lot of all the lab stuff, which I don't want to pull it up right now, but if you ever go into our Killer Coda Labs are super easy to build. If any of you guys want to like teach somebody how to do stuff in Linux or I don't know, any tool in the Ubuntu space that you want to teach people, you can teach out of Killer Coda for free. But anyways, any of you guys don't want to do that, you can go in there and just build them with it's mostly JSON backend. Super easy to do. Like you might be shocked if I did like a little refresher course, because I haven't done it in a while, and I showed you guys how to build those. I'd be willing to bet that most of you could just put it together real quick. It's not hard to build it, and they have examples out there for you to take. So you just have to figure out what you want to show people and how you want to show it to them. You know, that's all that is. Oh, we're about to get the next quest done. Let's see. Next quest done. We got Greaves +5 Cambric Holy Diamond Mail. Those are nice Greaves. I don't know if you guys can even see what I'm talking about, but that's funny. And we got an Orcus Wand and a Titan Sandal. Now we're killing 2 leather golems. So, anyways, let's keep going. I'm working on labs over in the other window and being loopy. So verifying Slurm operations and communications with the node. So then the next one is Slurm running. So verify that services are running, but then is Slurm running, and that is always going to be sinfo. Right. Sinfo should tell us that. See Slurm talking to things. S account. SQ. Alright. I have not worked with ClickHouse. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, Synbleed. I've only gone as far as to know that Firewall D tends to be NF tables, but I haven't seen EF tables, so I wouldn't know. I'm probably limited down to just my experience with Red Hat and Rocky. Going to the market to sell our loot. Let's see, we had 2,900 loots. Let's see how much we get up to. We got 3,200, 5,000. That's a pretty good jump. Let's see if anything's worth a lot. 67, 68, 69, 73, 74, 75, 76. 7, 8. Yeah, we're getting there. It's fast IB tables are linked list or W linked list stored in kernel for each of those fields. Interesting. Over 10,000, 11,000 gold, 13,000. We're gonna buy better equipment now. What's our equipment? +8 holy Kevlar. +10 festooned Kevlar. Heading back to the killing fields. And which I'm not working on filter and NAT type table. No, I'm not doing any of that stuff right now. No, I am just hanging out. I'm in a different window than you guys are seeing. I'm kind of co-working, and in the other window, I'm just building out labs for this presentation that I'm doing the 28th through I think the 31st. I'll be out of town. Actually, I'm a little not like super upset, but I'll be out of town. Yeah, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. First, I'm staying an extra day in Hawaii, and then I'm coming back on the 2nd. So I'm going to be missing Halloween, which isn't that big of a deal to me. I'm not like a big Halloween guy, but I would at least give out candy bars to the kids, you know. So I would at least, you know, I at least give, and I'm the guy who gives out full-size candy bars too. I just have always done that. I think it's fun. I liked that when I was a kid. Very few people did that. So I do that, and then I just try to make sure that everybody gets something. Yeah, Hawaii is probably a little better than Halloween for me. Plus, since that night, I guess me and the wife can try to go find something to do that night that's Halloween-y. Or we can just go hang out by the beach, you know. I'm sure people are going to be out there doing stuff too. About to drive over from Chandler for those full-size bars. Yeah, GWB, they bring up people to our neighborhood for, like our part of town for trick-or-treating. And I keep track, man. I always try to give out, like, as much candy as I can. And then late in the night when I know it's like really winding down, I just dump a lot of candy on kids. So, yeah, a lot of times I'll just sit down there and run my college classes if it's a college class night, and if it's not, then I'll just sit down there and hang out and watch movies or whatever and just give candy to kids. But like mainly just because me and Ranger can sit there and hang out, you know. By the way, how's Ranger looking? Let's go check on him real quick. Hold on. Look at that dog. He's tired, man. He's old, guys. He's almost I've mentioned this before, but he's almost is he 13 right now? I think he's 13, almost 14. I think that's right. I gotta talk to the wife and figure that out, because I'm pretty sure he turned 13 last year. So actually, we might be out of town for his birthday. Oh God, we're terrible. But my brother Tommy's gonna have him, and Tommy's pretty good with Ranger. He always makes memes out of him and sends them to us while we're gone. Like, when are my Who-Mans coming home? And, you know, that kind of stuff. I like how that said Who-Mans like that. That's funny. Outcasted Wanderer. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Maybe find a place you want to hang out with other engineers and potential engineers. Because that's kind of that's all I can offer you guys here. I can't offer you anything special. I can just tell you about the stuff that I know. Which is supposedly, in some circles, it's considered vast and wide. But in other circles, I'm considered an idiot. I'm just kidding. I mean, well, not really, but we do what we can around here. And you guys are just kind of hanging out with me while I work through my, which I'm almost down to day 3 is done, or day 2 is done. So I'm getting ready to pop over and start doing day 3. So that's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna and get new TV. Hopefully his stuff's useful to you. That's a pretty great name. Sindbleed, those might not come through. You might have to drop it down the Discord and then I can share it. But I don't think anybody else can link. Like only a mod can. Maybe VIPs can. I'm not sure. But I think it stops it. Not because I want people not to be allowed. You guys can do that stuff. I think it's just a security thing in like a default security thing in streaming. So. It probably shows up for you, but then it doesn't show up for anybody else. GWB, do you want to know the best place that I know of online to learn PromQL? Right here. Go play in this real quick. And when you're playing in it, watch this real quick. When you see like, oh, selecting a series, you can hit open in Prometheus. And it will drop you in a Prometheus shell, and you can come in here and go, oh, okay, this is node CPU seconds total, but I need to look at CPU equals only when CPU equals 0. I don't want to see any of those other CPUs. And then it'll show me that, oh yeah, look, here's my CPU only instances or whatever, right? And then I say, okay, well, no, hold on. I don't need CPU 0. I want to say only when mode is not equal to wait, you know, let's just say idle, right? Idle is a better one. And I say not when it's idle, and then when I go down and look through here, none of them will be for idle. They'll only be IOA, IRQ, and then I can add these up. I can start to then aggregate for 5 minutes and stuff. But my point is, oops, parser. Oh, because I didn't close it myself. That's dumb. 5M, so you need to put an M on there. And then now that'll show me aggregations for the last 5 minutes. Well, it'll only show me not aggregations, but the last 5 minutes worth of values. And then I can aggregate those and I can do all this other stuff. But my point is, the reason I showed you that is because this thing that I just linked you is like the coolest. Like, oh, you want to see how to do set operations and you want to go and learn how to do quantiles and histograms and understand that this is only things in the rate duration request seconds bucket for 5 minutes, only things from a histogram that are in the top 90%. Boom. If this thing can show it to us, it'll show it to us. And you can go look at it in a graph mode, and it'll show us the graph. So now with the graph, like, you can start to tell stories about data better because you're looking at a graph, as opposed to just, oh, I think my system's doing good. So there you go. There you go. Yeah. So there. Hopefully that works for you guys. Defang the links. I don't know what that is, Doc. I think on the Twitch side it always does that. I don't know if there's a problem with it on the YouTube side too. But all right. Let me go back over here and let me get into my system inventory stuff, which is a fun fact. I'm all the way over on day 3 now. Yeah, this will be day 3. Lots of lab stuff. Kano, I'm calling him GWB. I can't get with calling somebody ghetto white booty too much. I'll at least, at the very least, it'll possibly question my man card, and at the worst, it'll get me canceled, for not enjoying it or enjoying it too much. I don't know. I don't know these rules, guys. I'm 43. Like, I don't like, it doesn't work for me anymore to try to keep up with that kind of stuff. So. I'm just going to call him GWB and hope that I don't do any kind of offensive thing with that. No, I'm just kidding. I actually don't give a shit. I was an infantry guy, so the only way you can cancel me is by killing me. So, there you go. Fun fact. Let's go look at... different activities that these guys could... go and so inventory stuff is going to be next. Yeah, IDs will cancel me. Yeah. I had a buddy the last day he was over there, they got IED'd with a this was my unit, but I had already come back. I came back at halfway through the tour. I came back, and then one of my buddies stayed to the end, and the very last day they got hit with an IED. They were driving back to the base to turn in their vehicles and basically fly out, and they got hit with an IED, and it didn't hurt him any, but it shook them up in the back pretty bad, and he has pretty good they weren't really checking for this in 04, because my unit got back in 04. They weren't really checking for this back then, but he got pretty well shaken up with what's that brain thing, not PTSD, but the other one, the what's the one that kind of rattles your brain around pretty good? And he's a good buddy of mine. We talk a lot. We probably, yeah, TBI. That's exactly what it was. Traumatic brain injury. He got a TBI, but they weren't really checking for him then. And he, this guy, it's funny because he and I go shooting when I'm up in Colorado. He still lives in Colorado where we were stationed. And I just kind of have to like laugh it off. But like, he'll tell me the same joke 2 or 3 times in one day, and I'm like, things that like would bug you if your buddies did to you, but you're like, no, because in every other way, this guy's as sharp as they come. He's one of the sharpest. He was a soldier. He was like the man, and he had been a Marine before he became a soldier, which was kind of funny too. But no, he's super sharp still. He just will tell you the same thing because his short-term memory is fucked. His short-term memory is all kinds of messed up. And like he'll send me the same memes sometimes. He'll send me memes back that I sent to him earlier that day, and I'll just be like, "Ha, that's pretty funny." But like, I don't call him out on it because like he's a perfectly normal dude. He just doesn't know that his short-term memory is shot. It's been shot for the last 20-something years. So anyways, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go with over here. What are all the ways that they can look at an inventory? So. There are 3 major types of inventories. in our system, there is the check out the 3 types of inventories. And 1. So first, cat Etsy hosts. All right. Systems inventories, cat Etsy hosts. That's your command. Super easy, right? And then second, cat Etsy Ansible hosts. That should be, yep. Third, cat Etsy genders. If you guys have never seen an Etsy genders file, it's kind of a, I don't know where the name came from, but the Etsy genders file is a file that you can use. It's awesome to define groups of servers and then use like pdish or xdish with them. I tend to use xdish because I come from a xcat background, but pdish is a great way as well. And what happens is you can hit these lists of servers against GPU or Viz or support nodes or Slurm or whatever types of systems that you have, and then you can define them in these wildcard available type ways, and then you can go and you can use pdish. Pdish is just a distributed, it stands for something distributed shell, I think. Maybe it's something, I don't know, but anyways, you guys can look it up if you want, PDSH. And you just use pdish against your genders file, and it will go and it will hit all of the servers as though you were doing a call against their like an SSH, like a for loop with SSH. It's that same thing, but without having to write the construct yourself, which is, it just saves time and it makes it easier. And if you know how to use your inventories, it's kind of nice. So. GWB, it indeed is. All right, guys, I'm just over 2 hours, so I'm gonna get up and walk around real quick, stretch my legs out a little bit, and I'll be back. So let's see, Ansible dash console. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used Ansible dash console, but that's interesting. Maybe I'll have to play with that a little bit because I do have pretty nice Ansible inventories in here. So all right, let me take a walk real quick. I'll be back. Looks like people are sending me friend requests on Discord too, so that's always good. Oh, GWB, I haven't ever used that. That's actually interesting. CD into a host group and use Ansible as a group shell. Interesting. I hadn't even heard of or seen anything like that. I am going to give me a second here, real quick. I am back, but I am now scratching my back with my little back scratcher because my wife's not here. I'm not allowed to use this when she's around. She always wants to take care of me, but she's not here, so I get to scratch my own back. All right, so bare metal starter. Oh, so system inventories and checkout. So there's 3 types of inventories: cat, Etsy, hosts. What type? I'm gonna say, what type of information do you seem to be able to gather here? Like, what type of information are you guys able to gather out of your Etsy hosts? Lots of information, IP addresses, mapping, all that kind of stuff. Ansible, we're gonna say, what types of groups do you see in here? What type of groups and stuff do they see in there? And then Etsy genders. Everything. All right. No, tomorrow I'm not working on the Prologue book. I'm actually in a different window, working on a lab project for training that I'm giving out in Hawaii for a customer of ours. So I've been doing that off stream most of this last week and just like hammering through all this stuff. And what I did earlier, I promised that I would go into the degen hours. So we're almost to 10 o'clock my time, but I said that I would go past midnight basically. So GWB went from Telegraph Influx over to Prometheus Alloy Mimir. Nice. I run both of the, well, I run Telegraph Influx and Prometheus into Grafana. And the problem with Telegraph Influx, I think you might have been the one that brought it up the other day, but one of the major problems with it is, man, they cannot fucking figure out what type of query language they want. Do they want to use the InfluxDB language or Flux? And then somebody just told me the other day that they're not doing Flux going forward, and I'm like, well, where the hell? Yeah, what? So what? We're going back? Like, what's, like, I don't know where they're going. So, like, I really like Telegraph as a tool, though. I think Telegraph is just an amazing little tool. And like, I wish Influx would get their shit together, because time series databases are supposed to be super easy. You literally just query on time. Here's the time, and, well, so the time is the span, and then, like, the trace is the tagging of it, right? So try out Alloy. Yeah, if you post it, GWB, if you post it down in the Discord somewhere, I will definitely look at it. But I you know, you guys have seen my home lab setup and my monitoring and stuff, people that have been around. Also, all my monitoring stuff is up in the Discord as well. So if you guys need to see any of it, you can always query there. All right. Kano, you can ask me whatever you want, man. I've never really participated in Capture the Flags. I used to participate all the time back when we used to do Root the Box. But that was before they called them CTFs, and that was before it was illegal to just root people's boxes online. Oh. We can help you with file permissions around here for sure. Is it a Gen ISO image or Gen? I don't know what Gen CO is, but I don't know what that is. But I'm okay with file permissions, so just, yeah, I guess let her rip, and I'll try to help you out. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess you can ask me on Discord. All right, so I'm doing this, and then I'm going to, let's see, Gen ISO. Yeah, Gen ISO is what I was thinking that you meant. All right, so check out the inventory. So I want them to do all these commands and check out the inventories, and then once they're done with that, So let's see. This out of the way there. Our game did not stop playing, so that's good. Okay. That's support for some decent pipelines to process stuff, all from Promtail, and enjoy this. Alloy. Let me go look at this alloy thing. Hold on. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I will take a look at it. Yeah, interesting. I'll look at it. All right. Yeah. I don't mind if it's a little complex. I'll go play with it. Kano, did you ask me something on Discord? Let me go look. Hold on. Where'd you put this? DevOps. Oh, you put that over there. Okay. Enjoying Grafana Ally. Here's my template for my config. Yeah, I'll open it with Notepad++ here in a little bit. All right. I don't see anything else. Also, guys, by the way, I just want to point out something that happened earlier. I don't know that this is the case, but I think somebody bought Killer Coda because I was talking about it, and then they sent me a thing that said, "Oh yeah, I bought Killer Coda." Guys, I don't get anything from Killer Coda, and I don't rep them in any way other than I think they're an awesome service, and you can use that service for free forever. I've been using them almost 3 years, and they've never charged me anything. So, yeah, don't go paying for stuff that's free. I mean, look, it is a better service if you do pay for it, yes, but you do not need to pay for it to get probably what. And maybe that person was just showing me because they wanted to, and maybe it's like a rounding error because they're already an engineer, and $30 for 6 months isn't that big of a deal. But for some of the junior guys and guys that are trying to get into the industry, I get that $30 is a lot of money, right? I get that. But for some of you guys that have been doing it for a while, that might be a rounding error off of your taxes or something. But yeah, just something to think about. All right. So let me keep going systems inventory and checkout, and then I'm gonna get done with this, and then so I'm gonna say grep CX01 N01 IPMI from missing anything over here? Okay. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out, guys. We're not working too hard right now. That's kind of our theme lately. All right, so all right. What's our output here? Ansible inventory list. Let's see. Graph list. Graph list dash y. Alright, so I'm over here working on my other window. I don't know if you guys have any questions or if you're just hanging out, if you're working on anything interesting. Kano, I haven't gotten anything from you, so... Oh wait, let me go check. Maybe I see something down here. Maybe I got something. Alright. CTF has gen ISO image having the SUID bit active. The only flag file has read permissions from the root. Originally I was trying the output file. The ISO. If root has permission, it's saying permission denied as root. That's very rare. The SUID bit wouldn't stop that. That just sets the hold on. Flag has read-only permissions from root. Make sure you have permissions to write in that directory because you're trying to output something too. So if you don't have read permissions, write permissions in that directory as the root user, you're not going to be able to do that command either. Other than that, the other thing too is if you know it's an ISO image, you can mount it. You can do mount dash O 9660, and then is it mount dash O ISO 9660, I think, and then just mount it to like /MNT should be able to just mount it, right? I mean, if it's just an ISO file, I'll just mount it and read it, right? Whatever is in there once I mount it. Should be able to. I don't use that command gen ISO image, so I can't help you with that, unfortunately. I don't think I've ever used that. Yeah, just try. Yeah, look up how to mount an ISO, because you can just mount an ISO right to a file system. Just mount it in /MNT, and then go read whatever the hell you want out of it. You can even chroot down there and add stuff and remove stuff if it's a file, if it's a full file system, if it's a full operating system in there. Yeah, I chroot actually in this environment I'm in. I chroot not all the time, but regularly enough that I can see kind of what's going on there. All right, hold on. Why? Let's say indent this. There we go. This, add this, and add this. There we go. I just realized Ubuntu installs snaps even if you use apt. I don't mind. Just prefer the apt is used and only apps be containerized. But they're not. Interesting. Hey guys, let me ask. I've shown you guys this before. I'll put that back to spinning, but this tool over here called SPAC. I've told you guys about SPAC, but some of you guys, I was talking to you and telling you that we use it in high performance compute space for different reasons. And I don't know if I had mentioned it, but I could maybe get one of the maintainers to come and talk to you guys, you software type minded people, if you'd like to know about how SPAC's used or any of that kind of stuff. I might be able to get him to come talk to the group if anybody's interested. He is a doctor. You don't have to call him doctor. He actually kind of gets weirded out a little bit by it, I've noticed. But what I told him, I was like, I'm still going to introduce you as doctor for the presentation because it's a professional presentation. Like, I'm going to use your title. But after that, you can tell them not to call you Dr. Riker. You know, and I think that's fair because, you earn a title. You know, I think that. I'm gonna call him that, and then I mean I call him Alex all the time, but anyway, something to think about. But he's gonna be given part of the presentation, and I might be able to get him to come talk to the group if you guys want sometime, if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff. Because we always have different guest speakers coming into the professional Linux users group. I've got another guy who's supposed to be coming to talk to you. He's a C-level now. He was the director of the Americas for sales over at Qualys for a long time. Sammy. I mean, I'm gonna have my doctorate done in about 2 years. About 2 years from now, I'll be finishing up. End of 26 or maybe early 27. I haven't decided yet. I'm probably just gonna push and try to get it done in 26. The wife knows I don't like sitting around and dicking around with shit. I like being done. So I'll probably just finish it. And then I'll probably I'll be doctor too, but nobody's gonna care. And, I've always told my college students, because my college students, they'll always call me Mr. Champagne, and I'll be like, look, man, I'll tell my student, I don't call him look, man. I'm a little more professional in class, but I'll tell them, you can call me whatever you want, just don't call me dude, man, or bro. I don't like when college students do that. I think you should at least call them Mr. Champagne or Champ or something, Anyways, okay. What are we doing here? I'm gonna show them this, and then I'm gonna say just call just a host group. So let's say Ansible GPU. GPU-M shell. Uptime. All right, where are we at here? I'm gonna say what other ones might I show them? Check just, I'm gonna say check just 2 of the compute nodes for their uptime. So, compute. And there we go. All right. So what else is everybody working on? Again, we're not working super hard tonight. We're just kind of hanging out here. But I'm watching my guy I got level 36, it looks like, for my Panda Man. Level 36. Selling all my items. Got 20,000 gold. See if I can get some better equipment. Plus 18 invisible prolonged culverin. That's my weapon. And plus 14 impressive studded plate mail as my gambeson. That's so funny. This game never changes. It just keeps doing this. It just keeps slowly making up words and making stuff up, making up quests. Apache for music streaming. Nice. What is an Apache? Is that related to Apache? What is this? What? I never even seen this thing. I wonder what all is part of this thing. I had turned on my 2FA. Alright, nice that they're giving us all the hashes right here so we can verify nobody's effing around with us. Alright, is this like a modified Plex server? Yeah. It seems to me like a modified Plex, but AGPL version 3. Stream to your preferred player, control it with local player, directly listen with a web page with HTML5. Browse and manage your music collection. Okay, yeah, I guess. Fair enough. Let's go see. Alright. And then you just running this on a Linux box? That seems interesting. You're just running on a Linux box. No breaking changes is always good. You guys gotta, as engineers in training, you gotta spend time reading docs. So it looks like there's some interesting stuff in here. Bearer token. So we can go hit a bearer token. Bring that in. Yep. Seems pretty common. Alright. Interesting. Alright. We'll leave that up there in the rotation. So if anybody's got any questions about it, ask him. The idea is to use it as a server and download a compatible client. It looked like you could run It's interesting. I don't know all the use cases for it, but it looked like there was some interesting stuff that you can maybe do with it. Does Ranger look like he's still alive, guys? Good. I think he's fine. He's got water. He's got food. He should be happy downstairs. Okay, let me come back in here. I gotta keep my other server from locking as I'm sitting here talking to you guys. Let's see. I did that, so I'm gonna say. Did this only hit those 2 servers from the list of 240 possible servers? It's important to note. Yep, and you guys know we're not working too hard over here. We are not working too hard. We're just crunching through the numbers, crunching through everything. P-dish. Say checking out group contents. So you can do node attr viz and then node make sure I'm not missing anything here. You guys let me know if you have anything that you want to look at. Oh, I should probably go look in Discord. I don't look in Discord very often when I'm talking here, guys, so let me go check, see what's going on here. Okay. You guys are welcome, though, to hang out down the Discord. The Discord is in the description for you guys on YouTube, and on Twitch, it's down. There also may be a little bit of a description, but it's also in the links under the page, or you can do an exclamation mark Discord as well. You guys are welcome to do that. Right? This is what we do around here. We work on stuff. This song has this low like click that's happening, and it keeps sounding like something's right behind me to my left over my shoulder. It's bugging me. This song might have to go. There's like a low clicking that keeps happening. It sounds like it's over my left shoulder. Let's go find something fun. This down-tempo atmosphere. Let's see what this one sounds like. Alright. So, just checking inventories, checking things that we can do with our groups. And then we're going to use this. Only check out the, let's see, nodes in one. I want to check the nodes in just one place, so I'll look at that inventory real quick. Only nodes in rack 4. pdish-gr3 underscore compute uptime. All right, that's good. Good way to check everything. What am I missing here? Todos Narcos, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thank you for the follow. Looks like a follow anyways. Yep. And not so fast, hopefully. That's pretty fucking good. Oh man, I mean that's not a good problem to have, but that's a pretty funny name. Alright. Alright. Oh shit. Alright. I'm gonna go back to Olicron, thanks for coming by, man. Yeah, keep working on your pen testing and cross-site scripting stuff. Although I don't know exactly if XXE is still the same type of idea, but similar, I'm sure. Check the uptime of servers. Check only the compute nodes in a certain rack and that rack, and then check that all the nodes in a rack in a group have the same kernel version. That'll be something like pdish-g compute. And then we'll do something like uname -r, and then we'll pipe it through dishback-c, I think is the correct way to do that. Let me go look. I think I have it in my notes over here. Yeah, dishback-c. Should be good. Line. Horizontal line. All right, yeah. It's always, you know, it's a slow night. We're not working too hard. That's what our little penguin there says. We're just kind of hanging out and working through. I just got another, so that one I might want to add a little more to it, but that one's getting pretty middle name anxiety is followed. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. As you can see, Ranger's unimpressed with all of our Linux shenanigans. That's just an old gif of Ranger that I caught online long ago, because some of you guys know we keep track of Ranger. How's he doing? Ranger is sleeping. He will be sleeping probably this entire stream. He'll probably be sleeping into tomorrow, if we're being honest. That's because that's kind of what Ranger does. If you guys don't know, he sleeps a lot. All right, so there's that. All right, now I got to get into the bare metal startup. Maybe I'll go skipping that one for now and get into Werewolf updating operations. Oh man, I got so much more stuff to add to this. Wow. All right, I gotta put together how healthy the system is, where to check, where to change things as it's running, if there's something you need to like configure on the fly. Man, I got a lot of stuff to do. And that's why I'm working all weekend, guys. This is why we're hanging out here, and I'm just like co-working, but really just kind of working off screen. And anybody that wants to hang out, that's what we're doing. Chilling and just blowing through. Man, I got so much stuff to keep doing in here, but we're getting there. I'm just trying to get massive amounts of pages done. Let's see, how many are we up to now? We're up to 25. I'm gonna this doc's gonna be well over 40 pages when I'm done with it. We're up to 25. All right, I'm gonna go Yeah, I'm getting almost to my next little break, so I'm gonna walk around real quick. We'll leave. Who wants to be in charge? Somebody here should be in charge. Where's my teeth? You'll be in charge. About to leave for the night. What time do you plan on be tomorrow? So you're CST. I am Mountain Standard Time, which is basically Pacific right now. I will be on pretty early as a 1 hour to maybe a 1.5 hour stream that will be focused on just presenting our Unit 6. So I'll be recording the stuff from earlier, and I'll be putting that into the channel. So then we'll have Unit 6 stuff recorded up in our 16-week course. So you guys can look at that and do that if you want. And then yeah, I'll be doing that early, and then I might hang out a little bit. I got some grading to do. I've got some paper writing to do. I got a paper due on Wednesday night, so I probably should get working on that a little bit tomorrow. But I might stream for at least a good part of tomorrow doing this stuff again, and then hopefully once I get this all done, we'll be back to just our normal stuff where I'm popped up on screen, and then we're kind of going. Yeah, where are my teeth? I wouldn't normally do a Sunday afternoon stream or Sunday night even, but the wife is out of town, so I might just be on all day tomorrow. Just kind of hanging out, you know. My main goal for ever even being on here is to tell you guys that we've got a Discord server. We've got a group called the Professional Linux Users Group where you guys can come and hang out. And most of you guys that are talking probably know about that. But, you know, in case there's anybody lurking that's just hanging out, you guys are welcome to hang out with other engineers that want to do the same stuff. And, you know, sometimes people are like, oh, I don't have anything to contribute. No, most of the time you do, especially if you do this stuff for fun. You probably do way cooler stuff with it than I do. My stuff only looks like fun because I do a lot of it, and probably one or two things looks like fun. But I'm doing a lot of stuff, right? And it's like, because that's kind of what I do. But for you guys that want to get into this and you're kind of newer, you can definitely get further along and find other people that are kind of like a camaraderie, you know, that kind of stuff. So, all right, since I'm getting a little loopy, I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs a little bit. Maybe I'll go grab some little chicken biscuits. The wife left me with those little, you know, those little crackers that are called chicken biscuits. Those are one of those things that people either love or hate, aren't they? Kind of like black licorice. You either love that stuff or you hate it. What's some other ones? Candy corn. You either love that stuff or you hate it. There's no real middle ground. But the one that my wife left me that I love, chicken biscuits. If you guys have ever had those little things, they're like the best little crackers around. I don't even know what they season them with. I don't even know what the flavor is, but it's really good. All right, I'm gonna go walk around a little bit, stretch my legs. I'll be back. Got an hour and a half to get to the degen hours. You guys know why they call them the degen hours? Nothing good happens after midnight. So I'm at 10:30 almost. So I got about an hour and a half to get there. So if you guys need anything, if you guys need me to pop up Brotato and play some Brotato, I can do that. Just kidding. Or I just keep coming down here and keep smashing through more labs, which is probably what I'm going to be doing for a while here. Most all of the weekend, I'm just going to be knocking out these labs. So I'm determining which node is primary. Alright, accessing database, verifying those things. System inventories and checkout. See what's kind of going on with the nodes. Oh, that's good. Alright. Yeah, take care, wear my teeth. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Probably see you around in Discord. Right? I tell you guys all the time, the reason I push Discord so hard is that this right here is very one way. Like this is just me talking to you guys, talking into the void. Sometimes you guys can see me, sometimes you can't. There's not really a lot of back and forth here. I mean, yeah, some of you guys like to type and stuff, but there's not as much back and forth here as there is down in Discord. People are talking. There's some people down studying right now, I think, even down in the Discord. I know there's study groups all week. I know there's people studying all week. Because people are very interested in getting through all this systems admin stuff. I'm putting about 6 to 8 hours worth of work out each week for you guys that want to do it. You know, get more familiar with different stuff. Figure out what, you know, what's interesting to you, and yeah. Because, you know, you can go from system administrator in Linux to, gosh, who knows where the roads are going to take you in that case, right? Like, you can go kind of anywhere, really. All right. Alright, I'm going to jump over the bare metal startup for now, and I'm going to go to the running werewolf where I actually go and update operation. Well, what do I call that? Updating operations. Oh, I guess I do have that. Alright. Yeah, we'll do a little lab on that, so it'll be good. Anything to get people more hands-on, guys. That's the goal here. And I got to burn up 32 hours worth of time. So if I have at least 32 labs, that's not 32 hours of time, but it could be, you know, at least 15 minutes worth of time per lab at the bare minimum. Some labs will take slightly longer, but if we do that, that burns at least a quarter of the time right there. I have 3 guest speakers coming in on my training, so that'll be taking up some time, maybe as much as about 6 or 7 of those 32 hours. And then there's me talking. I can do a fair bit of talking, going through things and stuff. So I think it'll be good. I'd like to get most of this solidified by the end of this weekend. That's why I'm working on it so much. And yeah, between yesterday and today, I've definitely spent over 24 hours on this. So, say, what does it look like to be an engineer? Lots of work, lots of documentation, lots of breaking stuff down into palatable pieces and changing things around and all that. So. Alright. Enough sitting back. Time to sit forward. I was looking like my little penguin there for a minute. I was sitting back too hard. I'm getting back into it. Updating operations. operations can you change? Well, there's a whole bunch of operations. Not Ansible. Werewolf by default runs a DHCP server, an NFS server, an SSH server, and a TFTP server. To modify any of these, change them here. Let's see. All right, gotta go check. Sudo become root. And then in here, cat out etc werewolf. Yep. And then set the changes. CTL configure. Say do not execute this command because there's no reason to execute it right now. Okay, that's good. I'm on hour 8 of a 16-hour drive. Where are you going to? I don't know how to say that. I'm just going to call you 79. Where are you going, 79? What are you working on? We are not working too hard here. We're like Ranger, just kind of hanging out. And if people have questions, I'll show you guys stuff. But otherwise, I'm just kind of co-working in a different screen, trying to keep things going. Let me run a help command. Okay. Check how this is in West Texas. Nice. Yeah, if anybody's ever driven through Texas, to give people an idea of the scale of that, um, you can literally drive from sunup to sundown and still be in Texas. So yeah, 79. You're probably, yeah, you got 8 more hours of drive, like you said, but you could probably tell these guys you probably drove. Obviously, you didn't start as early, but you can drive all day and still be in Texas. That's what it's a massive state. Like the I don't want to say the maps don't do it justice. I'm just saying, like, without comparing it to other states, most people don't have any idea how big that damn state is. It's a huge fucking state. It is big and it is wide open. All right. Let's see. I'm doing werewolf. How does werewolf look at DHCP? And that is. So werewolf looks at DHCP like this. I'll show you guys here in my other terminal here. So this terminal that's just running stuff. You can do wwctl configure and see how werewolf would configure itself if you wanted it to restart, and then wwctl dhcp --help configure dhcp, and say, hey, I want to reconfigure it, and it says, hey, I'll do that for you, but it's going to be as defined in the werewolf.conf file. So if you haven't made a change to that file, then nothing's going to change. I was watching your Zero to Hero Kubernetes vid, and refresh on your live icon appears, so I thought I'd drop in. I said, yeah. Wife is Peruvian, and I teaser with Texas versus country maps, but Alaska. Yeah, Alaska's pretty big too. In fact, the wife is hitting all 50 states, and we're going to Alaska last. It's going to be her last state when we go to it. She's trying to hit all the states before she's 50, and that gives her about two and some change more years left. Because she'll be 48 here soon. She'll probably get mad that I told you that, but I'll be like, well, you're telling everybody you're almost 50 because you're trying to hit all the states. I have no such desire to hit all the states, but I have 7 years, so it would take me a little while longer to get there to all of them. But yeah. So that's, Alaska's big. We're gonna take a cruise up there. We're gonna go a month before her birthday, because the reason we're going a month before is worst case scenario. If, like, let's say the cruise doesn't happen or whatever, we could just fly up there. But if you do it where you're like, oh, we'll be up there on the cruise on her birthday, and then the cruise doesn't make it, well, then now you've always got a story to tell about how you missed your 50 states by one day like an idiot. And that just sounds like a bad idea to me. So I told the wife, I was like, we'll just fly you up there that last couple weeks if we need to, just so you can be up there, I'd probably go with her too, but that's funny. All right. That's what we're doing right now. We're just selling stuff at the market in our little Progress Quest game, and my little penguin's sitting there not working too hard. And I am working somewhat harder than that over in this other screen, which I unfortunately can't show you guys. But then over here I showed you guys what it kind of looks like with what I'm showing these guys. Yeah. So don't configure all of everything if you don't need to. And then node checkout. Denali National Park is amazing, but Lake Clark Preserve is on a whole another level. Okay. I'll tell the wife Lake Clark Preserve. Yep. Fair enough. It sounds like it's pretty good. Guys, I'm fading fast, but I did promise I would go into the degen hours, so that gives me about an hour and 20 minutes at least. I mean, I said I'd go into them. I didn't just say I'd touch them, so I guess I'm just going to hang out and keep doing stuff. We could, at any minute, we could just throw up Brotato if we wanted to and play some Brotato, but Sometimes the guys on the Twitch like to gamble on whether or not I'm going to pass X amount of levels or whatever in Brotato, but we could throw that up if we wanted to. I could, let me, you know what, I'll do some rounds just for fun. Keep me motivated. Give me a second here. Alright. Brotato, I'm going to put on my big screen and give you guys a source for Brotato. Add source. New source, Brotato. You guys don't know what Brotato is. It's everybody's favorite. It's a game. And we're not going to have it over the whole screen. We'll do it like, big's good enough, huh? What do you think? That's good. Go play us a little bit of Brotato. We can always hide it if we want to. Later. I will play the Doctor. We'll see if I can beat round 20. Got a little bit of a like cough from last few days. Maybe I was a little sick. I don't know. Could have just been allergies too, but excuse me. You never know. All right, we'll take some harvesting. Don't want any of that. We'll take that, and all that's garbage. We'll take more hit points, and then we'll save up for the tooth, and that's all garbage. So we'll go on to wave 2. Good old wave 2. Oh, you know what? You guys can't. I just realized that tomorrow. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't push you guys into. So I have it set up where I can work on one screen and then I can push it over. That was my bad. You guys weren't able to see it. So here's some Brotato going now. I left my other screen up. I need to get more guns on my Brotato. I'm not really well armed yet. Range, damage, better gun, more damage. That's good enough. Also, I have to sneeze pretty bad, so. Oh, man. Oh. My wife makes fun of me for how loud I sneeze. That was pretty loud. Oh man. All right. So we will take lifesteal, and then we'll take another gun, and yet another gun, and then we will save this because we want more harvesting. Oh man. Wow. Let me wipe my hand off with my napkin here. Alright. I'm back. I'm alive. Let's go kill more bad guys. More aliens. I landed on their planet, and I'm taking their planet over. But they're the bad guys. I mean, my guy is a potato, so I guess that's a good enough excuse. Oh, you always want to get this little guy because he has loot. He always drops a. Oh, jeez, get him, get him. Yeah, there we go. He drops stuff. He's got a 100% chance to drop loot. We'll take that because it's going to save us some trouble. This guy doesn't get armor. Well, he gets half armor, so we don't take armor on this guy. We can get armor in other ways, but we don't buy it. This is Gecko's going to make. So in the new version of the game, this is 25%, but now it's 20. So we'll take that, and then we'll take another gun, and then we want wisdom. You lose 20% damage, but after 20 seconds, you just keep getting more damage for the level. All the levels from here on out are going to be higher than 20 seconds. So this is a net. After 25 seconds, it's a net gain, right? So kind of a useful thing. So oh, we're getting some hitching. So I wonder if I have to close down one of my other screens. That shouldn't be too bad. Not too bad. I'll just stand still. This guy also, he heals really fast. He's like the fastest healing character in the game, the doctor. So he can take some hits and not die. We're gonna take the long range and then more speed, damage, and we want that because now we can shoot through people and do damage to the guys behind them, and then we'll go for more speed, attack speed. A lot of times we gamble on this, and we say, "Hey, are we gonna make it to level 20?" And then people over on the Twitch site can gamble on whether or not you just gamble channel points. They don't mean anything. They're free arbitrary points that you get for hanging out, and they're not really worth much anything except for making me do stuff in the channel. So yeah, we're just we're gaming, running around killing all the bad guys. That's what this game is. All right, let's see if we can get over that tree. We only have to hit it a little. Yep, there we go. Didn't get anything good out of it, but regen. More damage. More damage. Well, less damage, but more ranged damage, so better. Alright. What's going on here? Killing all the bad guys. Oh, you gotta take those dudes out. Well, you don't want that. So this level, I forgot that I was on 7. You have to take those little eggs out so that they don't turn into guys that are way stronger. It's just better to keep those eggs under control, then you don't have to worry about it. So we're gonna just keep knocking them out. They come up about every 7 or 8 seconds or so. Not a big problem, you just have to stay on top of them. All right. That one, yep, none of them are coming up again. That was my fault because I wasn't paying attention. Forgot what level I was on. We'll take attack speed, range damage, more damage, garbage, another baby gecko. Once you get 5 baby geckos, you basically just have all the items, everything just flies at you the whole time, and then you just do well. This gives me more piercing damage, which I want. And then, ooh, minigun's good on other characters, but not really good on this guy. So we'll skip it. Alright. Then the main goal is just stay alive. Don't die. Main goal of most games, right? Stay alive. As Grandpa Rick once told Morty when they entered the dream and met Scary Terry, you what did he say? You avoid getting shot all the time. He's like, what? Like, because the logic is you don't get shot, therefore you avoid getting shot all the time. But obviously that's not good logic because you're not getting shot at all the time to not think, you know, to not actually have to protect yourself. Anyways, that's what Grandpa Rick says to Morty. I think that's the 2nd episode ever, right? That's the with the dogs. Alright, maybe I'm just loopy. But alright. Want more guns. We want the silver bullet for more damage against the elites and bosses. And then we'll save this gun and this gun for future levels. And this level is literally just collect a bunch of loot. That's what this whole level is. It's these little guys and they try to send a whole bunch of them at you and you just collect loot the whole time. Like if you die on this level, it's very rare to die on this level. I mean, you have to just, I mean, this is just like a loot pinata right here. I'm just basically just hammering the guys for all the loots. Just give me free loot. Like, this level's just a bunch of weak guys. Those guys show up, but I mean, again, it's very rare to die on this level. You can, I mean, you can, but for the most part, it's just a loot pinata. We're just hoovering up all the free XP and money. All right. Oh, I want to kill that guy for his little. We want blindfold for more damage and crit, or crit and dodge. And then this one's good if you already have some speed, which I do, so we're gonna buy it. It does cap my speed at +9, but I don't care because I don't really need much more speed than that. And so you can't buy any more. Well, I could buy it and it would just go higher than 9. You just wouldn't get any more than 9. We're gonna take the damage, and then we'll take a better gun, and another better gun. Take some lifesteal and range, and then in here we'll save that one. We'll get the bunny so we don't pay for re-rolls the next time. We'll take the gun, re-roll, take the lure, and that, and then we'll be done. All right, next level. Kill more enemies. We'll get back after this round. I'll close this down. I'll get back to killing training instead of killing aliens in a video game. Gotta get that training done. Gotta knock as much of it out as I can this weekend so that it's as solidified as it can be. Alright. I do not have a lot of hit points, so I really don't want to be getting hit too much if I can avoid it. So round 10 shouldn't ever give you any problems, but I mean, it's very possible that you do get run over by something because you're not paying attention. So I try not to do that too much. Try not to let anything get too close to me. Quartz, you've been running progress quests. You're level 8 Battle Finch Mage Illusioner. Yeah, that game is so ridiculous, Quartz. One that the names that are gonna pop up, you're just gonna have to giggle, because that's kind of like what happens that whole game. I would like the armor doesn't really matter on this, so I'm gonna not worry about it. Although that is a good item. More medical guns. All right, we're gonna have our first boss to fight, so we don't know which one it is yet. We'll take all this stuff, and we'll just save our money because that's all garbage. Which guy did we get? He's one of the easier ones. Doesn't mean he can't get me. He's just should be one of the easier ones that exists. If I can get him to stage 2, then all I gotta do is stay away from him. Don't let anybody on the level get me. Keep staying away. He's in stage 3 now, so he's mutated again. The only guys on here that are terrible are these stupid little mummies, which I think look like rib cages. Just gotta watch out for them because they hit real hard and might almost kill me one hit because I don't have a lot of hit points. So I gotta just stay away from everything and just collect the loot. But you actually don't need to focus on collecting the little boxes because they come to you at the end of the stage anyways. So you just really need to collect the little XP off the ground. Which if I could get just 3 more geckos, I would never have to worry about it again. All the XP in the game would just fly at me. So that's the thing. We'll buy all the geckos we see. Alright, this is one of the best things in the game because now my items ricochet. They do less damage, right? My damage is going to go down, but they're doing more damage as a net, so that's huge. We'll take damage to get more damage back. We'll take this to get even more damage back. We'll get higher crit. We'll take the piggy bank. It's not too late. We'll take the piggy bank, and then we'll save our money. So now we're going to start getting more money every wave. But, oh, don't die. Stay away, don't die. Alright, so see how my bullets are all ricocheting now? And did I get a third? I got a third gecko, so now I'm up to 60% chance of things just flying at me. So we're collecting a lot more loot without having to actually go to the loot, which is big. And when we get it to 100%, we won't have to go. We can just run away from things the whole time. there's no actual onus for us to do anything at that point. We just stay away, right? So we are almost, we're not quite to degen gaming. We're degen gaming when we get past midnight, but we'll be degen building out labs here in a few. Just got to finish this roundup, and I will go past levels 20 if I beat level 20, which the bosses on level 20 aren't hard, so all I gotta do is really get there without messing up with something stupid. But if I get there, I'll go past level 20. I'll see how far I can go, because I always do that. Oh man, that's tempting, but again, this guy wouldn't get it all, so it's dumb. Those are not good for this guy. We'll take luck. That's a weak consolation prize, but we'll take it. Better gun, and we're gonna hold on to it because we'll get 20% interest, so we get to 410, and we'll try to save for a little bit and see if we can't get, like, if we run this level pretty well and we don't have a lot of if we don't owe, you know, if we're not like in like a debt where we need to like really get something, we'll just save our money for a few rounds if we can, and we should be pretty good. I think getting a little choppy. I think it's because I have a lot of monitors running off this video card, so, and they're all doing video stuff right now. So I'm kind of probably working this thing a little harder than originally intended. That's why it was getting a little choppy like that. Anyway, that's what I think anyways. Oh, don't let him, oh man. Almost got myself murked because I was trying to get in there and collect all the tasty loots. I can just stay away from them and most of them will fly to, most of them will fly to me. I don't have to stand there and be brave. I can bravely run away. Anybody remember what that's from? He bravely ran away. We'll take that. We'll take range. Take more crit and more of that. And we're just gonna hold. We're just gonna hold our money. Hold our money, and let our money work for us. Right? Isn't that the saying? Let the money work for you. So we will get 20% interest. So if we can go through the next level and still have over 1,000, then we'll get 200 gold or 200 coin for free, which is nice because then if I do want to buy something, I'm basically just paying. I'm buying it off of interest, you know. We're doing pretty good. We're clearing the screen, which is important. We're not getting overwhelmed by monsters, so that's important too. If you start getting overwhelmed by things, then you do have to start buying stuff in the shop, and then this strategy that I'm outlining isn't great anymore after that. Oh, I do not want to keep catching those bullets like I was. We used to joke around about that in the infantry being a bullet catcher. Not a good thing. All right, blood donation. I don't want it. It takes too much damage. The damage would be minimal to me, but I just don't want that little thing pinging on me and taking away like later on when I get tardigrades. So we'll take dodge, take a better medical gun, take trees, and we're gonna take the recycling machine because we're gonna start recycling a lot of stuff, and we'll take this medical gun for now, and then we'll sit on the rest of our money. And we got another boss, so let's hope that he's a boss. Yeah, this guy, we should be able to beat this guy. Oh, he almost killed me one hit. That's not good. Oh, god damn it. Oh well, there we go. Haven't heard bravely ran away. It comes from what the hell are they called? The what are those guys? The Monty Python and the Holy Grail. He bravely ran away. Yeah. I messed it up. I lost. But still doing good in progress. Quest my guy's up to level 36. And that's been running since yesterday morning, so it takes at least that long to get to level 36. I'm probably somewhere, he's getting close. Tomorrow morning he'll be close to about 48 hours I've been running him. So. Alright, I'm going to come over here and say, whoops, what's our next part? So we do that, we do our bare metal, we do our werewolf updating operations, change those things if we need to. How do we verify? So we want to verify that the nodes have the correct image. That's going to be my next thing. So we'll see. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna say if we can boot a node or two here, we're gonna do it, and if not, we'll just wait because it's in there. It's in an environment that we're doing. That we can do that. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I thought that guy was going all the way too. I thought that guy was making it to past level 20, but then he died because he didn't have enough hit points. So I guess that happens, right? That happens in video games sometimes. So we're not too worried about it. All right, Werewolf verify nodes are pulling the correct images. How do I do that? How do I know how I would do it, but how did I set up in here to do that? All right. So how do I have us pulling? Oh yeah, I got a lot to clean up in here. All right. Shania, can you show the magic of 2 shared screen sessions? Are you talking about like what I did earlier? Where you can see on one side and then also connect on the other? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure. I'm not sure the context, but I think that's what you mean. Yeah, so all right, so I'm in my one screen here, right? And then all I got to do is go pull up another terminal. So I'm going to pull up this terminal and I'm going to share it with you guys so you guys can see it, because you guys can't see it right now. So let me add this other source. Make a new source, putty 2. And then it'll be this guy right here. All right, so this is going to be a new putty popping up right here. I'm going to transition it over for you guys. So here's this new putty in front of everything here, and there it is. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to switch over to my P01 Jump 01 box, and I'm going to jump in. Oh, it's funny, that changed to the wrong. Give me a second. That stupid thing changed to the other source. That's stupid. All right, so hold on. So now I'm going to go here and show you this. I'm going to log in as my user. All right, so now I'm in my user. And then from here, I can do a screen-ls and see all the screen sessions. And there's one that's already attached called streaming, right? That's the one that's in the other window there. So then I can say screen-r to try to connect to it, but it's not going to connect because you can't resume a screen that's already attached. But you can go X and X and go into it, and now I can see right. I can send this message to all my, whatever, and it comes up as I'm hitting it on one side. You're seeing it go on the other. So that's kind of the magic I think that he was talking about. I can make it. Hold on, I can make it a little smaller, and then transition that, and then if I just go on this one and say that same thing, echo this is the way, you'll see that it's doing both at the same time. But that's just because Screen allows you to connect to a session, and then be able to do whatever you need to in either terminal. So like I could have everybody in the same Screen session with me watching. Can't do it if people are going to mess around, because obviously then people are hitting enter and stuff like that. It works a lot better if everybody's like well-behaved engineers or whatever. But it's a good little environment. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Screen, and then one of the cool things about it is I could just disconnect the one, I just get rid of him, and he's gone. And then the other one, it's funny, the other one took it over, but that's not what I want anymore. So I can trash that out of there. So that other one's gone now, forever. But I'm still on the Screen, and then I could close out of this right here, and I could reconnect in. Like if I actually close out of this and reconnect in, it would still be in the same Screen session. It would still be in the same spot. And that's one of the nice things about it is you could just leave. Like I could just go, and when I go to Hawaii, I could just reconnect back into this box, and I would see these same things right here across the bottom. This is really valuable persistence for people that want to be like Linux systems administrators, and you want to be like in a system and then you want to go connect somewhere else, or you want to leave and go home and then reconnect back just to make sure a process is running or something. Jump boxes and then your Screen sessions, understanding how no-hup environments work, will just it'll do so much. Like it'll take you really far, I think, as in administration world. So understanding how you connect to things in that is very important. So something for you guys to think about a little bit, right? As you guys are learning and doing this different stuff. Shunya, Screen versus Tmux, I'm fine with either. I mostly use Screen, but in my other window that you guys can't see, I have Tmux. The other window, the other server that I'm in, I'm actually running Tmux over there. All right, so I'm in this server, and now I got to go find over here. How are the nodes? So we can do. All right, so check power commands. It's gonna be our first one. Check power commands. Okay. Verify server is currently on. But yeah, Shunya, I try not to be prescriptive. Like I try not to tell you guys like, hey, you can only do this one way or the other. Oh, also, it looks like my thing broke again. So give me a second here. Yeah, I try not to be too prescriptive with you guys. Like I show you the tools, and then I figure you guys will use the tools that you want. Oh, there you go. Okay, we're back. We're back on chat, guys. We're back on closed captioning down there. All right. So let me keep pulling up my monitoring in my labs and stuff. All right. Hey, we might almost get to Act 3 tonight. My guy might almost make it to Act 3 over here. All right. Anyway, so making sure the images. Oh, nodes are pulling the right image at the same time. So before we verify that a node is pulling the correct image, we got to go check check the correct image for your node. wwctl node list-a, the name of the node. cx-1-a grep. So we'll grep for the container. And then we'll say which container, does this have set? Insert that. Okay. Watch. Tail. Start a tail. The tail dash F, verify that the node that boots is pulling the correct image from Werewolf. Do you see it pulling the image you expect? Alright, there we go. Everything looks like it's running over here. I think that's flipping through everything. Let's check on Ranger. Oh, Ranger's ears are moving around. That's Ranger for you guys. He's just an old dog. And it's funny when his ear flops up like that. He kind of looks like Dobby the elf sometimes. He's got these his funny little ears. Alright. Does the server pull the image that you expect? Alright. Not too much going, guys. I'm getting ready to go do another walk because I'm trying to walk every hour or so, but I told you guys I'd be on till at least midnight, and I'm getting close. So, and I'm knocking out. I'm getting a fair amount of stuff here. All right, we might not have to do this lab, which is resetting the nodes. And I might not have to do console connection way. Fastcon, that's our mistake. You know what? I have one more monster to drink tonight that I could, and then I'd be up till probably like past 2. So I mean, it just depends how much we want to hang out. You know, guys that want to keep hanging out while I'm doing this stuff. I might move these first, and then do this part after. That might be a better way to move this around a little bit. And then the node checkout will be all the things are as we expect. Yeah, that might be better order for this. I hate to remove labs, but these 2 labs are kind of being done in the other one. So maybe I'll just do those. Yeah, I'll do those 2 ones first. Let me cut them and put them above this one. But then there'll be 3, 4, 3, 5, and then 3, 6. Okay. Okay. Yep. Trying to keep myself moving along. Because even if nobody was here, I'd still be trying to work on this stuff. But I feel like I focus better. Like, I've been focusing a lot better this week, like when people are kind of hanging out and we're just kind of chatting. So that's why I've been doing a lot of this co-working type stuff. And then we talk about like that slurm image right there, like what's going on with that. We were talking about that earlier. In fact, I've just really pulled things up as we've talked about them tonight. So that's a little bit of slurm stuff going on there. Somebody was mentioning Grafana alloy earlier, so now I got to go check on that. And I'm just going to take this screen and then I'll just mess with it tomorrow a little bit and check out some of the different stuff that we were in. So see if I can't figure that stuff out. All right. So now I'm down to, I'd say like I have 1, 2, 3. I have 6 labs left to build, really. So I'm up to, that would be, 5 more on there. So it'd be 22. And then that would be 6 or I think 6 out of 28 are in progress. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 are still in process or progress. And then I'll keep building stuff out, and it's an iterative process back and forth, guys. I'm adding more slides, I'm adding more labs, I'm adding more slides, I'm adding more labs. I'm just kind of keep going. All right. Oh, and also I missed a few follows. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. I know I'm like when I get focused over here, I look over and it's like 30 minutes later, and I don't even remember anything happening. So I am. Overlays, work creating and applying new ones. I need to figure that out a little bit. All nodes and head nodes. I got that set. How that works. I think I have that set. Format, text, strike through. Good. Alright, I'm gonna get up and take a little walk around. You guys, Fast One Con is in charge. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Normally I got a mod somewhere, but I think all my mods are asleep. Some of my mods it's 2:30 for them. So, all right, I'm gonna take a walk real quick. Let's go. Let's just keep an eye on Ranger during the walk here. Let's keep an eye on how Ranger's doing there for everybody. And we'll switch that off after if that's okay. All right, I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna walk it out a little bit. We start getting into the degen hours, I start turning lights off all around the house. but I didn't go downstairs, so I haven't checked on Ranger. We're just keeping an eye on him from here. Ranger looks good. Looks like he's doing Ranger stuff. And I am going to finish out these last little bit of labs here. Is Slurm running? All right. All right. We're going to reset nodes first. So it's going to look a lot like something like this. Check power commands, check power status, reset. Console connection then is here. Okay. Okay. All right. We're missing here. Oh, let's go back to rotate mode so we can rotate through everything there. If you guys have questions about any of the lab stuff that we were doing earlier, we do have that professional Linux users group where people are doing the free Linux Systems Administration course, and that is in Unit 6 as of today. So we did that earlier, and that's where a lot of these things that are up here that we're looking at came from. If you have questions about that or you want to join that, that's down in our Discord. Discord's a little over 3,000 people. That's also all free. Like, we don't charge you for nothing. You don't have to pay to kick it around here. You just kind of hang out. Tell you guys all the time, our goal is to get you guys into doing this stuff professionally, right? That's the goal around here. Get into doing it professionally and feel better about your future prospects, right? Let's go. If you could. Connecting directly to the IPMI. So for testing, since console is held open in the entire environment, we'll just test this on the second head node. So connect to the IPMI of ADM2. So we're going to go to the other node. That's what we're going to do on this little thing that I'm doing. So I'm going to say IPMI make sure that that'll work. And what are we doing over here? So we're jumping into a node, and then we're going to make sure that we can do this IPMI command. Control R IPMI tool. Okay, that's the right command then. Have that, and make sure I have that right. Too easy. Alright, that's all done. So I got another few of these knocked out. I really only have 1, 2, 3. I have 1, 2, 3, and then 4 left to do of these. How's Ranger doing down there? It looks like he's doing good. I'm going to say 4 and 24 are done. We're getting there. Yeah, speaking of the army way of staying awake, I'm drinking a lot of water and then just getting up and walking around. For you guys that don't know, I was asked to stay up till the degen hours, and I will. I said I'll just stream all night, whatever. I'll just work on this stuff, and people that want to hang out can hang out, and that's where I'm at. That's what I'm doing. Even though I probably lost my mind long ago, that was already true with or without this. So, well before this, I was a madman. So, all right. Now I'm gonna have. Yeah, some of these are gonna be pretty involved, pretty intense, pretty involved. Like how do you check out an entire node to make sure that it's doing all the things it should do before it comes back in the cluster? Well, there's a lot of stuff that I would say there that needs to come up and happen. So I'm gonna put it all in there. It's gonna be really long. It's gonna be a tremendously long lab because it's gonna be all the things on a system that you would check to make sure that that system was ready to go back into a cluster if it had went down. So all the services and all the connections and the man, just it's gonna be a lot of stuff. I already have it kind of etched out, but I'm sitting here looking at it thinking I got a lot to do. And then I have a few other ones to do, which are around like pulling information out of the system, how to mount certain file systems. There's a file system used in this called Weka. And then I have one other one to put together, which isn't really a lab. It's just like the startup system check from bare metal, right? Like how would you know to go on to the next set of steps, right? How would you know that the next thing was ready to do? So this is how we're gonna start the whole cluster up from bare metal. Yeah, so I've got a lot of stuff. I mean, and I'm hoping then tomorrow, if I could get nearly as much stuff as I did today done tomorrow, then I'd be sitting pretty or sitting really pretty for the week to just hammer out the last of the stuff, kind of clean this up. I'll get this lab that I'm building, which is at 27 pages now, will be all I'll get it all edited, make sure it looks good, and then I'll go print it up because I'm going to bring out hard copies of this for these guys. So yeah, I think this is going to be good. This is already 27 pages right now, and I'm thinking with some of these longer labs that I still have to finish, I'll probably break 35 pages on this set of labs and things for these guys to write up. Yeah, should be good. Should be good. All right. I'll put a vote over on the Twitch side. Actually, no, I don't even have that stuff up. Give me a second here. I'll pull up a vote, and you guys can vote if we're gonna do. Hold on. It's out over here. What's out over here? So make sure you guys are still on that one. Good. And then on Twitch, you guys can do a vote. I'll let you guys have a vote. What are we working on? Where's my little polls at? Manage poll. New poll. What do we work on for next 30 minutes? More of this. Rotato. And then it'll give you 5 minutes to vote. So you guys can vote. What are we doing? More of this? I'm just hanging out and working on labs in the other window. Obviously, I can't show them to you. And then you guys, or if you guys want, we can play more Rotato. That's up to you guys. What do we work on for the next 30 minutes? Because I'm almost to the time. I'm almost to the end of. Oh, I mean, I'll go into the degen hours a little bit, but I can feel myself fading big time. So if nobody votes, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, I guess. All right. Let me start the next part while I'm waiting on that. Node checkout. How do we check out our nodes? How do we do any of these other pieces? Nobody's voting. I've probably lulled everybody to sleep and we're just kind of running on fumes right now. I guess I could see that happening. over here. Tomorrow I'm practicing in the background work on anything that's still co-working for me. Yeah, that's fine. I can respect that. I might hit some Brotato up again, or I might just try to keep hammering this out because I am getting close to being done with this one part, and then I think I was telling you guys earlier, it'll start to be a back and forth between. There's a bunch more slides to build, but I'll have a lot more of the labs already built out, so then I'll go start building the slides, and then I have a lot more of the stuff to feed back over into the labs, so then I may generate more labs. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens. Pre-rolls ads are disabled for 62 minutes, so hopefully we don't get any ads for a little while, but you guys are welcome to. Looks like we're in the middle of ads right now, so that's unfortunate, but for people that are around that aren't on ads, you guys can vote if you want. If not, I guess I'll just kind of do what I'm doing. If nobody tells me to go do some Brotato. Probably start this from the bottom, maybe. Alright. Yeah, show them how to use Rack Atom. That's a good little command. Alright. See how that vote's going. Still 0 votes. It's fair enough. The people have spoken. Well, people haven't finished speaking just yet. But in a short amount of time here, the people will have spoken. And then we'll be done. Looks like there's one for Brotato. 1 for Brotato. 4 for Brotato. Oh geez, man, you guys are picking Brotato, huh? All right, well, I think when it's all done, I can actually see how people voted. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I can. Only a few more seconds. You guys can still alternate or alternate. You can also alter the vote still by throwing a bunch of points towards it if you guys wanted to. But that's up to you guys. Looks like it's got about 10 seconds left. All right, we'll do one more round of Brotato. Let's pull it up. Enter the Brotato. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Brotato. Does Brotato automatically get grabbed? That's the question. Now if I play, oh, yeah, it does. So if I play me some Brotato, right here, nice and small, it'll be right there. All right. Let me play on Doctor. Make this a little bigger for me, and then Doctor on the hardest level. Let's see if we can do it, guys. First couple levels, this guy couldn't die if he wanted to. He heals too fast. Like I could literally just face tank everything in here, just running right into it, and it couldn't kill me. Couldn't kill this guy. But I'll still try to stay away from it for fun. Harvesting, more hit point. It's just more money later. All right, we'll take this and this. So we got our first little gecko already. That's good. And then we'll get some more XP here in a little bit. All right. Oh, wait, yeah, you guys can definitely see. Okay, I'm just making sure you guys can definitely see the brotato. All right, good. I was thinking again. I was like, oh shoot, did I just play another round without showing it to them? That'd be terrible. So, all right, still alive, still playing brotato, still getting the labs going. More range damage, more harvesting. We will take the XP and the speed on the gun, and then we'll do more speed on the gun here next time too. Alright, that's good. I'd also like to get more guns because we only have 3. We need at least 6. 6 is the minimum for this character, and well, for most characters, the brotatos have 6 arms apparently. You never see their arms. Some brotatos have more. Some brotatos keep growing arms. There's one in the new version of the game. There's one that can have 24 arms. So he just keeps growing arms every time he levels up, which I think is actually really funny. All right, none of that stuff. We'll take harvesting. That's fine. More guns. More guns. More regeneration, and then we'll hold on to that for next round. All right. Anybody got anything interesting going on? Did everybody fall asleep and just kind of leave me sitting here? I always wonder, like, if I do different hours like this, are people waking up in some of the other parts of the world and coming to hang out? I imagine that probably happens. There's probably some threshold for that. I know we do get some viewers from other parts of the world on the YouTube side of things, so I'm sure that happens somewhat. Probably can't count on that too much, but it's, you know, it probably happens. At least some little amount. Alright, more regen. More, we'll take some speed. We'll take some damage, and then we'll take another gun. And we'll get the recycling machine, because that means when I recycle things, because I don't want them, I just get more money for them. So a recycling machine early is good. It's just a net positive item, because there's so many things that you don't want that you get. And every time you throw them away, you get 35% more for them. So that's an item that'll pay for itself relatively quickly. You know, because there's a lot of things you might not want. Didn't want to get hit by that guy, but I was being stupid, so that was my own fault. Gotta do less running into the enemies. Like I'm already like I see the enemies and I'm already looking at them like loot signs. I'm just collecting the loot from them, even if they're not dead yet, which is not a not a good place to be in with brotato. So tomorrow it's almost 2 there. Gonna kick a bucket list. Yeah, nice. Gonna kick bucket once I finish my. I think kicking the bucket is probably bad, but yeah, stay alive and then yeah, go hit the hay and whatever. Kick that. Go there. All right. Medical gun. Need more medical guns, guys. But yeah, 2 a.m. It's 11:48 here, so it'll be. You're probably almost on what's his name, like fisherman's time. I think he's 3 hours different than me. Fisherman. Yeah, because he's up in New York somewhere. So. All right, good. We're clearing enemies out. Getting good loot drops. That's always kind of important. Not getting smoked with so just damn many enemies. So many of them everywhere. All right, that was a good little thing. I don't want this one, so that'll give me a lot of money. Don't want that one, so it'll give me a lot more money. And then we'll take more damage. I'll take more harvesting, and we'll buy the gun. Buy the tooth to slow things down. Buy another gecko. We're up to 3. That's pretty good. Buy another gun. Buy the harvesting because we don't need melee damage anyways. And we'll hold on to that. Alright, this level, all I need to do is watch for the eggs, knock the eggs out. Super easy level. Just gotta Keep the eggs under control. That's all we gotta do. Anybody wondering? The people voted, so I had to play Brotato. I kind of feel like I probably would have wanted to play Brotato anyways, so maybe that was planned on my part. Who knows? Who knows how we get anywhere here, guys? Get up around 8, go to bed at 1, 2. Yeah, that'd be a long day for me. I'm normally in bed by, I go to bed pretty early. I'd say, if pressed, I am probably in bed by 10:30 most nights. I don't stay up late like I used to. And then when I worked at AAA, once every few months, I would run the patching for the kernels, and I would be up. We wouldn't start till about 10 p.m. and we would literally just patch all night. And then we made our process better over time. We used Ansible, we used some other tools. But the thing that ended up giving us the most benefit was when we convinced the company to let us do patching earlier in the day to stage everything, and then mostly just do the reboots at night. So then when that started happening, we were able to, patch everything up. Oh, don't die. Get everything to the level we wanted. Mostly test that a server was going to come up good as best we could, right? You do the best you can, and then we would go about just rebooting at the later hours, and that ended up being really a net positive for most of the guys on the team. Because then we didn't stay up nearly as late most of the time. We'll take the bullet and none of that crap, none of that. More guns, more healing, and then any of that. Alright, I'm not going to roll anymore because it gets really expensive. This level should be just a cakewalk. This is just a loot pinata level. Like you have a hard time dying on this level. Not saying it can't happen, I'm just saying you have a harder time at it. Like those guys are like dying before I could even run into them if I wanted to. So. Big guys can complicate things a little bit, but you just mostly stay away from their charges. Pretty easy if you're spinning around them. So again, just a loot pinata level. They're just giving me loot. Just give me a W. Now you can lose again on this level if you're not paying attention, but it's harder. Everything just kind of melts. Tomorrow I can talk about the patching process, but I'm going to be doing a talk on that in a week or so. I have the high level steps in one of my, hold on, let me go look. But just know we're definitely talking about it in a couple, maybe even next week. Freedom down. Sometimes I like to code for many hours, but then I get the bugs. Yeah. But tomorrow, let me see if I have a talk on it. I think I had drawn. I thought I'd put it in log sec. I was just drawing BS over there. No. Maybe I have it in VS Code. I might not have it. We are definitely going to be talking about it tomorrow, and I definitely have it set up for us to talk about. I just don't know exactly when it shows up. I think it's next week. All right, hold on. I got to pull up the Word. Let me go look at our syllabus. Get the syllabus up real quick here. It looks like the patching process is going down next week. So Unit 7. Patching the system, package management, YUM, DNF, RPM. Yeah. I'm doing that next week, if that's okay. So tomorrow I will do it next week, and I will record it, and then hopefully that works for you. All right, let me. Oh, man, I'm yawning. But mostly this level should be just tank and spank, just run around and kill everything. Anybody remember that from the original old World of Warcraft stuff before they made it all floopy doopy like it is now? They used to have some of the bosses were just tank and spank bosses. You just have the strongest, warrior with the highest defense just stand there and just turn him away from the group so his cleave doesn't hit, and just tank and spank the boss. There were a few bosses that were like that early on. They didn't make a lot of them that way later, but early on there were some that you could just literally put somewhere and then just beat them to death. High DPS, just wrecking them from the range. Don't want any of that crap. Take more damage, take more range damage, take another better gun, and then more guns. Rocket launchers are good, but not really on this guy. We'll take more crit, and then we'll take more range damage, take more damage, take more healing and more crit and dodge, and then take more luck and more damage and more of that, and we'll hold on to the range and the damage for the next one. All right, let's keep going. Was I saying something? Oh, yeah. I don't know if I was falling asleep there and I'm losing my mind, but I don't know if I was starting to tell you about some of my World of Warcraft exploits, but one of my favorite... There was a trinket from, if anybody here remembers the original Encourage, there was a trinket that I got at level 60 from there, from the first boss, and I forget his name. He was a big bug beetle. And you fought him on the steps of going into Encourage in the old 40-man dungeons. Because back then you had 40-man dungeons, and then they opened it up for 20-man as well. So we had 20, or was it 15? I've seen some hardcore players playing on the same one that we used to play at level 60. But anyways, so AQ, right? You'd go into this Encourage AQ. And, oh, don't die. And the first boss, he dropped this trinket. And the trinket would give you, this trinket was so effing overpowered, and nobody wanted it. It was so funny. I didn't have to go up against anybody I didn't have a lot of DKP back then in my guild, because they had let me go in the negative to like gear up. But when you go in the negative and nobody wants the gear, it doesn't cost nearly as much, so I wasn't that negative. Anyways, in this system, so nobody wanted to roll on this trinket. It was a little scarab that you would wear. And if you guys remember the old World of Warcraft, you only had 2 trinket slots. It was a scarab that you would wear, and it was 15 seconds of 70% less threat. 15 seconds of 70% less threat every, I think it was every minute that thing cooled down. So it was like 15 seconds out of the next, 45 off. Well, I would go into these guild raids, right? And there were guys that had like 600 plus more shadow damage than me, which back then was a huge percentage. It would be, like I was probably like 65 to 70% of their plus shadow damage, but I would wear all fire gear. And when we would get to bosses, guys, I would pop this scarab with 70% less threat, and I would what was it? It was conflagrate, immolate, and spam searing pain on these bosses, and I would shoot up the damage meters like 10 times higher than like the next closest person, and people would be like, "What the hell are you doing? How the hell are you doing that? Are you spamming searing pain?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am." And they're like, "How is your threat so low?" And I'm like, "Because I bought this stupid fucking thing that nobody wanted," and that thing was so powerful that they had to nerf it. That thing was so dude, because you literally, I could not pull threat. I would be the lowest on the damage meter, and you guys think I'm kidding, but like we were one of the top 100 that killed. We were a pretty serious raiding guild. We were like one of the top 100 that killed Onyxia in the world. Which you say, oh, that's not that good. No, that was still pretty good back then. There were still thousands of guilds, and we were in an RP server too. So I think we were like top 3 in the RP servers in the world. But anyways, I was on an RP server because my boss. Hey, it's a long story. I didn't know what that was when I first signed up, but I just left my character because you really couldn't move back then. You just kind of had to stay where you were. But anyways, so yeah, I had this most ridiculous thing any of you had ever seen, amount of damage that I could do to people and things, and it was really funny. And then when we got to level 70, because they eventually bumped the level cap up to level 70, and I would I told you guys that in the first 2 arena battlegrounds back then, me and my brothers would play on 5-mans together. We had a couple friends that would rotate in on our 5-mans with us, and we had like this ridiculously high, I want to say we got to 2,500 at one point rated team, which that was about the highest you can get back then, was maybe like 27. So we were all gladiators, and then me and one of my brothers were gladiators on 2 characters, so that was kind of funny. And that's like I was a fanatic about that game. I played that game literally 20 something hours a day. And you say, how do you do that? Well, I didn't sleep much back then. Didn't sleep much at all. And I quit my job to play it. So like it'll mess you up, man. Like that's one of the things we were talking about earlier. Like I don't play around with those games. I don't even load them up on my computers. I can play this because as soon as this thing pisses me off, I'm just gonna shut it off, you know? As soon as this game gets me, I'm just gonna turn it off. So that's fine. But World of Warcraft, I mean, man, I was immersed in that shit. I was absolutely immersed. So I can't do it. Can't be responsible about it. Take more attack speed, get another gun, get more damage. More damage. Another little gecko. How many do we have? We're up to 4, so now almost everything's coming to us. And you know what? Since it's wave 13, we're going to take the ghost for more hit points. But we'll start with no hit points, and then we'll just heal really fast. So you see how fast this guy heals from 1 to 32. Be pretty fast. Alright. So we're safe. That's how quick it takes this guy to be safe. Not too long. Alright. So all we gotta do, make it to level 20, beat the bosses, collect loot. When I did that, oh, okay, I'm good. All right, let me. I'll look over there at the end of the round. Hold on. Oh, don't run into stuff and just die like a dummy. All right, I won't do that. Just stay out of everybody's range here. So the main thing with this, once you have this once you have the bounce that I have, the main thing is just keep your guns firing, even if they're firing at nothing, because then it's bouncing off into, it's ricochet. Yeah, that's what it is. Man, wow, I guess you didn't replay. I haven't played Modern Fire Hazard. I can't do it, man. You guys you wouldn't see me for years, and then somebody would be like, wasn't Scott the guy in charge of this Discord? And I'd be like, I've been playing WoW the whole time. You know, it would be terrible. We'll take pumpkin, take the bag, take more ranged. We'll take the ghost. We normally wouldn't, but we'll take another gun, and then we're gonna save our money. Although we got a horde, but we'll be healed up before the horde hits. See, we're already healed. So if we lose, it's not because we took the ghost. If you lose in the first second of the round because of the ghost, that's because you picked the ghost. But we're not doing that, and we're past that. So if I die now, it's because I'm an idiot. Not because I couldn't. Not because I bought the ghost for extra hit points, you know. Because you gamble with those little ghosts, but nothing in the round should kill you in the first 5 seconds, right? Like that's kind of silliness, isn't it? All right, let's keep let's keep running around and killing what we can. Also, again, this doesn't get choppy, except that I have so many screens doing so much stuff. Oh. Also, you don't want to get stuck in the corners. So you can kind of work. Oh, you can kind of work around the outsides. need to. Alright, we survived. Didn't get as much stuff as I would have liked. We don't want that. Take more range, that's fine. Take a bean teacher and level up a gun. We'll take all that crap. That's all good. Another medical gun all the way up. Works for me. Take more damage. Ah! Regen potion. Might as well get it and get it out of the way. It's a pretty good little item as well. So probably should have bought that and then whatever. Doesn't matter. Fire hazard. So in the early days of YouTube, and you can go look this guy up if you want, there was a guy who had the highest DPS ever recorded in the game at level 60. His name was Nobunaga. He was a Fury Warrior in our guild. We were Stormfist, right? And on the Horde side of Silverhand. And anyways, this guy Nobunaga, he would Fury. So if any of you guys don't know how you used to fight, at the top of Blackwing Lair, there was a boss up there called, not Nex, what was his name? He was Anixia's, oh, what the hell was his name? Anyways, he started out as a man and then he turned into a dragon, and then he would break your weapons. He was an asshole. But anyways, when you first fought him, these two doors would open up, and these like higher, they were so high level and elite that they would just kill any clothy, and I was a warlock, so I could take 2 hits as a clothy, but you couldn't be anywhere near them. But you could AoE them down, so the warriors would get them together, and we would just AoE the shit out of these. Nefarian, that was exactly his name, yeah. Anyways, and you can go still look this up to this day. If you want to see the most wild numbers at level 60, if you remember the old game at level 60, Nobunaga with the 2 axes that came at level 60, I wanted to say they came out of, I forget what those 2 axes were, but he had 2 one-handed axes, and he stood in the middle of these 2 groups, and he cleaved them he had the highest damage of any character at level 60, and it was actually like recognized by like Blizzard at the time. Yeah, you can go find him on WoW from 15 years ago, on the original, like the old YouTube. I could probably find his thing, and I was there when he was doing that. But he had the most damage. Nobody could even come close to that guy. But then, again, like we were on an RP server, so then we'd be out after guilds, after raids, and he'd be in front of the bank in like a pink dress, like role playing with people and getting mad if people were speaking out of, this guy was ridiculous. But he loved his role playing, which is fine. We were on a role play server. I didn't mean to be on a role play server when I first joined, so. But he was fine. He was a dude named Nobunaga. I'm pretty sure I found out too that he was one of those guys that bought like the blades when they sold the servers. I'm pretty sure he got one of those. But yep, he would just collect weapons just to have them, not because he needed them. Used to piss the guys off that didn't have enough DKP, because he would bid on shit even if he didn't need it, and we're like, you son of a bitch. But that was funny. Retrospect, it was pretty funny that he did that shit to people. Yeah, I only know what dreadnoughts are because my brothers played, or what were they called? Yeah, dreadnoughts, weren't they? Or death knights, that's what they are. One of my brothers still plays. I don't play any of that though. I can't do it. I can't do anything like that responsibly. So we'll take this gun, and then we won't hold on to the ghost. We don't need to hold on to that. Alright, we're gonna have a boss soon, but first we have this little level. This level's easy as long as you don't let those little brain guys stay alive. Those brain guys put a red buff on people, and it really sucks. It gets really hard to kill people if you don't get rid of those little brain guys, because I'm pretty sure it heals them. It definitely makes them hit you harder. Actually, in Dread for a bit, speaking of high-end rating, I missed my guild, left them though, taught me not to care among the elite. Yeah. Oh, Death and Taxes. So, my brother, what was the one that was like the Sun Temple? What was the one that you went up and it was like the sun stuff? I wasn't playing at that point, but my brother, he was like, I think world 3rd to kill, there were like these twins or something. Not Twin Emps. I know all about Twin Emps. Fuck. We spent 3.5 months on fucking Twin Emps because some people were too stupid to not target the bugs and shit. God, I just want to kick. It's good I was never in charge of any of those guilds. I'd have kicked everybody out and just sat over the ashes of a dead guild because fucking people can't ready up. And I know nowadays there's guilds out there where like people would just get kicked for that bullshit. But back then, like, you'd let people, you know, they'd be painting their nails or their toenails or whatever the hell they do instead of being in a serious raiding guild, you know? So, what can you do? Dread was number 7, Drama was number 3, and DNT was number 1 of all time. That was late phase first expansion, yeah. Yeah, it was Wild Wild West back then. Yeah, I was never involved with any of. I mean, I was very serious about the game, but I was never in a guild that was that serious like that. My brother was one of my brothers. So when we moved off of Silverhand eventually to we went to a PvP server because all we wanted to do was PvP, and it was funny. There were 10 of us on the Horde side, and we had every. Wait, hold on. Let me think. Every member of our guild was a gladiator. There was like 10 to 15 of us. There was like very little, and we were the top PvP guild on the Horde side because I always played Horde. And on the other side, there was this Alliance guild that would always talk shit to us on the forums. And we were like, dude, there's like 15 of us and there's 400 of you, like, and we still beat the shit out of you guys. That was when they started doing cross battlegrounds with like whole battle groups and stuff, you know, to give people more. But yeah, man, yeah, I was so addicted to that game, man. I still know like my damage rotations that I would run on bosses and stuff. That was insane, dude. It's too much. Oh, don't die. Number 1 rule, don't die. This guy's actually this guy's actually surprisingly a difficult boss if you don't have a lot of just damage going everywhere, because that boss tends to get called Mother because it spawns so many enemies in front of it that if you don't have like good I wouldn't call it AoE, but just like trash clearing like I do, those enemies would just keep me from being able to hit Mother. So I wrecked them pretty good though, so I'm doing pretty good on damage. Yeah. I had a character though. It was so my character's name was Baraga. So then I had like Baragu for my little. He was my little twinked out. So twinks are characters that are lower level. That I almost died there. Twinks are characters that are lower level that are basically brought up by a rich like higher level character. But the funny thing was my character Baragu was a sword rogue, and he never once got money from my upper level character. In fact, I would take money from him and give to my upper level character that was damn near almost always broke. And my lower level character like bought his mount, you know, it was like a 900 gold mount when he turned level 60. But I kept him at level 39 so long and terrorized the battle group at 39 so long that people couldn't even fucking deal with me. Back then, by the way, so rogues with swords used to have this ability that a strike of any type, a sinister strike or a sword, a white damage strike, whatever, could proc another strike. And then that strike could also proc another strike. And then I had this sword. So my brother and one of his buddies were in that high rank guild at level 60. And they went and they ran me through as soon as you could get the sword. It did 2 extra strikes on hit sometimes. And it was called God, I just remember you had to fight the big farting princess to get it. What was her name? Stupid big farting princess. Moradon, right? Wasn't that Moradon? Anyway, so I got this sword at level 38, and then I leveled him to 39. Then I just went into battlegrounds, and I remember that I could jump in on somebody and just mash Sinister Strike as fast as I could, and sometimes that would proc other strikes, but they took that out of the game later. That didn't happen anymore, you know, in the early game. But my guy was capable of like dropping down on characters that had like 700-800 health. They just happened to wander in there, and he could blender out 5,000 damage in the first 3 seconds before they even knew they were in a fight. If they were in cloth, if they were in like mail, they were dead too. But then if they were in plate, we'd have a little bit of a fight. But I would just fucking wreck people. That guy was a terror in the battlegrounds. I played that character all the way up and used to raid with him as well. But my rogue, I was never great on a rogue, and I always just played sword. So I was never a backstab rogue. But yeah, I was a gladiator on a warlock and a druid. My druid was resto. And I think I told you guys my brother Ramathir, or my brother John, who played Ramathir, his character was like, he'd probably have to tell you, but I think he was like under 30 in the world for the Thunder Fury. And then the Thunder Fury was still the highest DPS one-handed sword in the game, up at level 70. I don't know if you guys knew that either. It was a Thrash Blade, that's exactly what it was. Thrash Blade, and then I believe... So the way Rogue's damage used to work back then was agility would count for damage. Let's see, agility would do damage. How did it work? So when you had Crusader on it, because I had Crusader on all my stuff, you would get the plus 100 hit, strength, but strength didn't play into something else like agility did on rogues. Yeah, Flurry Axe for warriors, yeah. Yep. But yeah, I played the hell out of the Thrash Blade back then. And just, I never leveled that guy. I did eventually level that guy, but at first I just left him there for months and just terrorized him. And then I would go to the forums and people would be complaining and I would just be laughing my ass off. I love when people would complain about my guy just beating them up. I'm like, I could bring my alt. My level 60 warlock that was, he had so much resilience. So, I'll tell you guys a story. At level 70, because that's where arenas was at level 70, they introduced this thing called resilience. Does anybody remember resilience? It was the stupidest fucking thing. Nobody could crit on you, and it would also kind of muffle the damage that would hit you. If you guys remember this. There was this thing where you would, resilience was the dumbest thing. I'm pretty sure they took it out of the game. But basically you could have a 45% crit, but I could have a 32% reduction of crit, and you would just never crit on me, and your crit build would be useless, and I would just melt you in the battlegrounds because I would play an SM Ruin Warlock, right? But then I was running around one day, and there was this area up north. I forget what it was called, but it was it was for Scryer rep. So you were fighting these dudes, and my Warlock could run and never stop and just melt this whole town of things, whatever they were. And I remember that I would have people come and hang out with me because it literally wasted my time to stop and pick stuff up, because I could just melt these things. My lifesteal, my every once in a while my death coil, and then I would corruption. So corruption was an instant in SM Ruin. Corruption was instant, and then the lifesteal was instant. And I could do, what curse if I wanted or whatever, but it wasn't necessary because I did so much damage. And I would just run around with trails of monsters dying behind me, and I could get somebody from 0 to exalted with the scryers in under 2 hours of my work. And you say there's no way. Yes, there was. I could clear that zone, that little area of the zone I ran around in. I don't remember what it was, but it was all broken apart. We had flying mounts at that point too, so it was it all looked like the earth was it was Netherstorm. That's exactly what it was called, yeah. And I just remember I'd run around this little crystal tower, and by the way, guys, I was always in PvP. I just fucked people up anytime they came near me. It was not good. If somebody would attack me, I would just melt them. Actually, I did get killed out there a few times though, because obviously I would let myself wear way down lower than I should have, but that was alright, it was PvP, it was life. Alright, we're going to wave 20, so now we got to beat the bosses. The way you beat these bosses, you circle them to the way that you see that thing spinning. Oh, he almost got me. And then you run around to avoid what's essentially like a mortar there. And then that guy will get scared and he'll run away. And then all we got to do is keep burning this guy. And then here in a second, yep. Now this guy, he'll never hit you if you're just standing still. It's kind of dumb. And then we burn him down and that's game. Alright, if I was playing on the normal mode, that would have been the end of the game. But since I'm playing on going into the extended levels, it's going to let me finish and keep getting points. So, Not points, but it's gonna let me keep collecting loots. So that right there is considered winning the game. What we just did, beating those 2 bosses. We're just cleaning up the level now for, because we're going into the degen hours. We're past the degen hours and the degen level. Yep. I'd never pick that. I think this thing's terrible. You just get terrible. That was the 2 worst things I've ever gotten. It's terrible. All right, we don't want that. Get out of here. So look, we got all the way to 4 baby geckos, so 80%, and now we get 100% chance. So, well, that's fun. Take more damage. Take that. So now all items will fly to us. We no longer have to go and grab items. Well, not items, but loot. So now we just really stay away from enemies as much as we can. That's the goal now. That's the game. That's what we do. Yeah, that stupid nether storm though, man. I would run around and melt things in my gladiator armor. Like I wouldn't even go back to PvE stuff because I could literally just melt everything out there. Like there was nothing that would survive a corruption and lifesteal from me. And I would run around, and even if they caught me and slowed me down, which was very rare because so they had to nerf orc warlocks. I played an orc warlock. They had to nerf the fact that we didn't get stunned because it wasn't ever, nobody ever said how much it was, but I'm going to tell you how broken that thing was here, okay? So I played all the way to level 60, and I used to run around in Warsong Gulch and Arathi Basin until they nerfed that. You guys are going to think that I was a casual, but I'm going to tell you, I played this game all the fucking time. I did not know that a warrior's charge stunned you. I did not know that. I was a clothy. I was a dude that played a warlock, and I was melting dudes at level 60. We were champions, and I never pushed high warlord, but buddies of mine did. And I legitimately did not know that a warrior's charge stunned you until after they made that change. Not against PvE, and not against literally hundreds of hours of people charging me as a warrior, thinking they were going to take out a warlock. I did not know that you could be stunned by a charge until after they changed that. Is that wild? Like people want to know how broken it was for an orc warlock back in the game. Yeah, and also I had, if my back then crit was based on your extra elemental damage, so I could hit you with the one curse that hits you for negative. So if you went down into the negative on your shadow resist, and I had an SM proc to shoot a free shadow bolt, I could hit for 6k at level 60 before they changed that. So I would fucking shoot shadow bolt. Like I'd be fighting somebody at the farm by myself in the Arathi Basin or whatever, and then somebody else would come riding up, and I would have that person almost dead, and I would just turn and launch my shadow bolt, and they would die while they were still on their mount. It'd be so fun. I love that game. Oh, there was another broken mechanic at level 60. If you guys want to hear about broken mechanics in that game, if you went to Onyxia, there was this book. Nobody wanted it. I don't know why anybody didn't want it, but at level 60, there was a book that produced a level 63 skeleton pet, right? So I would be sitting there. I'd be in my SM Ruin build. I would always guard the farm in Arathi Basin. I'd let the guys all ride out that wanted to get their points and stuff, and I was cool being a commander or whatever the hell. I forget. Oh, we were champions on our side, I think. Anyways, yeah, I used to run my own Ventrilo. Yeah, this is degen hours, that's for sure. For me, it's 12:20, but they got me talking about WoW, so now I'm on a WoW kick. But anyways, I would sit down and I would pull out my little skeleton that I think he could live for like 60 seconds or something on a 3-minute cooldown. And when I thought a rogue or something was around, I'd pull this thing out, anything invisible. And he was a level 63 skeleton. We were level 60. He could see through whatever his aggro range was. So I would just sit there, and people would think like, oh, I'm going to sneak up and just murk this dude. And then this level 63 skeleton would be on him, and they weren't happy with that. And then they were melting their faces off from my corruptions and my curse of agony, and then, you know, eventually just free shadow bolts while I was running. Yeah, man, I used to love that game. I'm getting the itch, but no, I'm not playing it. I'm not ever playing it again. Can't do it. All right, let's kill some bosses. Now I got to fight two. Whoa, at this level you got to fight 2 bosses at a time. So I want to try not to. Whoa, I died because I haven't played this in so long. All right, there we go. All right, that's how you lose a game. That's how you lose a game. All right. We're definitely hard in the degen hours right now. So what do I have? I have 1, 2, 3 of these labs down here, and then just one up here. So I have 4 labs left to build. They're going to be long labs, so I'm going to try to finish them up tomorrow. I'll probably get off here soon. We got to find somebody to raid. I guess there's probably somebody around doing something fun, huh? This isn't what I normally stream, guys, for people that are like, oh god, this guy's crazy. I am crazy, 1. And 2, I am, yeah, I'm, normally doing a little more fun stuff. Just raid log these days. Oh, yeah. The only one thing that I would think to do that I think would be fun is, don't get me wrong, I'm not going back to playing that, but it's playing the hardcore mode. Hardcore, get all the way to the end. Try not to get killed in AQ from some stupid bug or something, because that's what it seems like people go and do. And there's no way to get off of that, as best I can tell. So, like, there's no way. What am I thinking? I don't even know what I'm thinking anymore. So, all right. Let's go find somebody to raid. Who's on? Who's there to raid, guys? I'll go find somebody to raid over here. So Twitch dashboard. Looking for the raid. Yeah, so if you wandered in here and you're like, oh man, this guy's like crazy talking about games. I don't normally sit around and talk about games too much like that, but let's go see who we want to raid. Who's online? Who's doing something? We don't need to raid any of those guys. Yeah. Oh, somebody doing retro stuff. Mega Man 6? That might be kind of fun. Nah, we don't need to do any of that stuff. Somebody's doing ham radio. Let's see what this guy's doing. Who here wants to go lurk in on a ham radio? Watch some ham radio stuff. Any of you guys ever done? This is just like a watch stream, and then you can just see signals and stuff. Kind of looks kind of fun. Oh, and the hardcore stuff? Yeah. I think you'd have to just play it really safe or play with friends or something. People that are relatively good at games as well. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. That doesn't look too fun. How about this? I'll just, we'll find somebody fun to raid tomorrow. For now, I'll just, I'll drop this off and I'll be around. If you guys need anything, hit me up on Discord like normal. And I will, let's go to our little end of stream thing here. Alright. Oh, here's end of stream. But yeah, if any of this Linux stuff is fun to you guys, hop over in the Discord, hang out over there with people. And for the rest of you guys, I will talk to most of you tomorrow. Take care.